Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, May 15th. I now call this meeting to order. And I invite all my fellow council members and the audience to join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
With pleasure. Councilmember Hedges.
Here.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Here.
Councilmember Newsom.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Here.
And for the record, Mayor Lee is absent due to a family situation.
Thank you very much. We are excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, complete a yellow request to speak slip and hand it to the clerk. If participating remotely, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, press star 9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press star 6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. And moving on, our first agenda category is ceremonial. And we are so excited today. We have several proclamations. And the first one is to the Jewish American Heritage Month. And if I could please ask Ms. Rebecca Goodman, the Director of Jewish Community Engagement for the Jewish Community Relations Council, JCRC Bay Area, and her daughter, Sarah, to come down. And I would like to read off the highlights of the proclamation. Whereas Jewish Americans have been an important part of the American story and have greatly contributed to all areas of American life and culture since our nation's earliest days, and whereas Jewish Americans are racially, ethnically, socially, politically, and economically diverse, and about 25% of Bay Area Jewish households include a person of color, increasing to nearly 40% of households if the head of household is younger than 35. And whereas the city of San Mateo shares an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Semitism wherever it exists, to include Jewish Americans in all facets of civic life, and to stand with the Jewish American community against hatred or bigotry in our city and country. And whereas we celebrate the rich and diverse heritage of the Jewish American community, including those who live, work, and play in San Mateo. Now, therefore, the City of San Mateo, the City Council of the City of San Mateo, hereby proclaims the month of May 2023 as Jewish American History Month. Be it further resolved, San Mateo will continue efforts to confront anti-Semitism and other forms of hate impacting the Jewish community, support local education about the diversity of our Jewish Jewish American community, and integrate Jewish American culture into future programs, activities, and ceremonies throughout the year, dated May 15th, 2023. And if I could ask Ms. Goodman to comment.
Thank you so much for reading out so much of the proclamation this evening. Hello to the City Council. Hello, everyone behind me and on Zoom. As you said, my name is Rebecca Goodman. I'm representing the Jewish Community Relations Council of the Bay Area. JCRC is the largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews, representing over 50 synagogues and organizations in our region. And I'm honored to join you today to accept the proclamation declaring May as Jewish American Heritage Month in San Mateo, not only because I work for JCRC, but because I grew up here in San Mateo and I'm raising my own children here in San Mateo. And I practiced and I still get choked up saying that. Sorry. Jewish American Heritage Month is such an important opportunity to uplift more than 350 years of Jewish history in the United States and the amazing Jewish American leaders that have helped shape American society, from Levi Strauss to Ruth Bader Ginsburg and so many more. Tonight, San Mateo joins dozens of other cities across the Bay Area in supporting their local Jewish community and promoting diversity, inclusion, and interfaith understanding. While this is a time to celebrate Jewish contributions, we must also recognize that there are many who still seek to harm our community. According to a recent study, the rate of reported anti-Semitic incidents across California reached an all-time high last year, increasing 41% over the previous year. San Mateo is not immune from this hate. We have tracked Nazi-related graffiti in parks, flyers blaming Jews for COVID and denying the Holocaust, and rising online hate targeting our students on platforms like TikTok and Snapchat. At JCRC, we believe that one of the main drivers of this hate is a fundamental misunderstanding of the Jewish identity. That is why JCRC is committed to fighting anti-Semitism and hate in all of its forms through education, community building, and mutual support. I am so honored to hear your last few words in that proclamation, joining us in this fight to help educate our whole community so that we can break down some of those things. So you just saved me the last two paragraphs of what I prepared to say. Thank you very much.
There you go. Now I'm going to come down and give you the certificate. And I'd also like to announce to the audience that Sarah will be taking this back to her civics class and making a report, so it's even more important.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Humboldt, but I can't get it to end as it turns out.
And now we are very, very pleased to do a proclamation for Asia Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas San Mateo County is home to dynamic AAPI communities, with nearly 33% of San Mateo County residents identifying as Asian or Native American Pacific Islander. Whereas during Asian American and Pacific Islander AAPI Heritage Month, the City of San Mateo celebrates the contributions and influence of notable AAPI figures and embraces the cultural traditions that enrich our city. And whereas the adoption of Resolution 39, 2020 demonstrated our commitment to combating harassment, hateful rhetoric, and violent acts against the AAPI community by formally condemning racism and xenophobia and affirming our dedication to fighting discrimination in all facets of our society. And whereas, now therefore, the City Council of the City of San Mateo hereby proclaims the month of May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We will be sharing this with our Asian Pacific Islander partners, and just to make a special note, Mayor Lee was to be here to accept the proclamation, so I accept it on her behalf, and we will share it afterwards. Okay, that's great. Can I have that back? Now, the third proclamation is for Mental Health Month. Whereas, according to the 2018 San Mateo County Health and Quality of Life Survey, only a third of those who struggled with mental health actually sought professional help. And whereas, as countless people in our community struggle with a mental health disorder or endure hardship that affect their mental well-being, many are discouraged from seeking services and support or don't know where to turn. Whereas mental health conditions are nothing to be ashamed of, and therefore it is important to spread the message that support is out there. Whereas San Mateo County Health Behavioral Health and Recovery Services partners with local agencies and community members to offer free public mental health events throughout San Mateo County and offers both in-person and virtual events. Whereas the San Mateo Police Department has partnered with Star Vista to develop a co-response model to better serve those experiencing mental health-related challenges. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City of San Mateo hereby designates the month of May as Mental Health Month. And be it further resolved that the City of San Mateo call upon the community members and partners to recommit to reducing stigma and promoting wellness around mental health and substance use issues in San Mateo County. We will be sharing this resolution with San Mateo County Health, Behavioral Health, and Recovery Services. And then finally, on this proclamation-rich month, I would like to call down Azalea Mitch, our Director of Public Works, to accept our proclamation for National Public Works Week.
And through the Deputy Mayor, she has Public Works staff here who would like to join her.
Oh, please. Everyone who's here, please come down. Even better. These are the people who do everything you are so grateful for. Thank you all very much. Whereas public works professionals are the behind-the-scenes employees and first responders who focus on infrastructure, emergency response, facilities, and services that are of vital support and importance to our community, and their work is essential to the public health, quality of life, safety, and well-being of the people of the City of San Mateo. And whereas the City of San Mateo's infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided and maintained without the efforts of our public works professionals, and whereas the City of San Mateo Public Works Division workforce is a diverse, hardworking group of dedicated individuals, including engineers, project managers, supervisors, lead workers, maintenance workers, mechanics, technicians, operators, and administrative staff who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our city's streets, storm and sewer mains, wastewater treatment plant, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential to the City of San Mateo. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, students, business owners, and community leaders in the City of San Mateo to understand the vital importance of public works and to support the success of public works programs in our community. Whereas the American Public Works Association has celebrated the National Public Works Week since 1960, and it is the pleasure of the City of San Mateo to again join with the APWA and recognize and commend all public works professionals in the City of San Mateo and throughout the state of California. Now, therefore, I, standing in for Amarance Lee, Mayor of San Mateo, on behalf of myself and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby designate the week May 21st to May 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week, and we call upon all community members to become familiar with the issues that challenge our public works and to recognize all the way that public works employees and managers improve our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life in San Mateo. Thank you very much.
So Deputy Mayor Nash, council members, we would like to thank you deeply for this proclamation, this recognition. It is honestly a privilege to work with staff that are so committed, that are here every day, 24/7, to provide the residents of the city with great services. So thank you very much for the recognition of all the hard work, and I am very proud to work with all great staff. Thank you.
If other council would like to join, and then you guys are going to have to squeeze in a little. Do you want to?
There we go.
Okay, everybody ready? Public Works Week?
Yay!
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Dad?
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That was an exciting time. Madam City Clerk, could you please read the consent calendar?
With pleasure, Deputy Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 5, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 6, Senior Catered Lunch Services Program Agreement. Item number 7, Columbia Drive and Crystal Springs Storm Drain Improvements Agreement. Item number 8, Wastewater Treatment Plant Immediate Action Projects Package 3 Appropriation and Construction Agreement. Item number 9, Renewable Diesel Fuel Procurement and Delivery Services Amendment. Item number 10, Gasoline Fuel Procurement and Delivery Services Amendment. Item number 11, Downtown Cleaning Service Agreement. Item number 12, Merit Employee Salary Schedules Approval. Item number 13, San Mateo County Economic Development Association Event, consideration of city sponsorship.
Thank you. If there is any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar, please do so now. No? Yep. Okay, if any member of the public who wishes to comment on any consent calendar item, now would be the time to make your comment. This is for consent calendar items only. Is there anyone?
I have no in-house speaker slips. Anybody on the remote environment in Zoom, if you would please raise your hands if you'd like to comment on consent calendar. Madam Deputy Mayor, I have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Then
I
is,
move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
could you please take the roll call?
Councilmember Hedges,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes,
Motion carries 4-0.
thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. Is there anyone who wants to comment?
Apologize. I have no speaker slips for in-house public comment and remote. If you'd please raise your hands now if you want to comment for on items not on the agenda. Please raise your hands. Madam Deputy Mayor, I have no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Then we can close public comment. And before moving into new business, I would like to ask our city clerk to please remind us of the rules of decorum in council meetings.
Yes, we follow the rules of give respect, get respect in city council meetings. What that means is we encourage everybody to come forward to the microphone and offer their public testimony and give opinion. So we don't allow in this formal hearing process any clapping, cheering, jeering, or anything that would dissuade a member who feels differently from commenting. So we ask that you honor those rules. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to old business, the pedestrian mall boundary determination. And again, we have the pleasure of hearing from Kathy Kleinbaum, our Assistant City Manager.
Good evening. Thank you for having me again. I'm Kathy Kleinbaum, your Assistant City Manager, and I'm here before you now to talk about potential amendments to our downtown pedestrian malls. As some very brief background, the city originally closed B Street between 1st and 3rd Avenue back in June 2020 at the very start of the pandemic in order to allow for temporary outdoor dining for restaurants located along B. Based on the community support for this effort, in October of 2021, the city officially closed the streets using the state's Pedestrian Mall Act in order to allow for that to occur. And shortly thereafter, in January, we started the design of improvements to make the pedestrian mall function better than the temporary conditions. In March of this past year, during an update on the design, given some public comment that had come in from businesses between 1st and 2nd Avenue asking for consideration of their block to be reopened, the City Council did request that staff bring forward an item for consideration to allow the council to consider seasonal closures as opposed to year-round closures, to discuss possibly reopening the block between 1st and 2nd Avenue, and also to talk about allowing parklet platforms to be built on the pedestrian mall. So the businesses that made public comment between the blocks between 1st and 2nd had been discussing their concerns about how the pedestrian mall limited their customer parking and also the access for food delivery services such as DoorDash or Grubhub. In addition, they made statements that their block looked fairly desolate due to the low use by the businesses on the block. In general, the city has also received comments from businesses on other portions of the pedestrian mall about only being allowed to have removable dining installations. Although this does allow for the public events on the street and allows businesses to have outdoor dining at a very low cost to them, it does give them very little ability to correct for the street crown issues on the street, which can result in pretty severe sloping in various areas. So just as a reminder, here are the current conditions, not the greatest photo, but you can see there's a pretty stark variation in the use between the two blocks, between 2nd and 3rd. Pretty much the majority of the restaurant and food businesses have outdoor dining installations, whereas between 1st and 2nd, there's only 2 businesses right now using the outdoor dining, and they're right adjacent to each other, so it makes the rest of the block look pretty empty. So at the request of council, staff did a very targeted amount of outreach to the businesses located on both pedestrian mall blocks to get an understanding of their interests and concerns related to the questions that had been posed by council. We hand-delivered surveys to each of the businesses, made them available online, followed up with multiple visits to try to get as close as we could to full response rate from the businesses on those blocks. We ended up with an 80% response rate between 2nd and 3rd and a 90% response rate for the businesses between 1st and 2nd. I presented the analysis of these results, really looking at each block separately and within each block, looking at the answers of food businesses versus non-food businesses separately, because they do have very different needs and different benefits from the pedestrian mall. So the first question that was addressed on the survey to the businesses was whether or not they were interested in seeing the pedestrian mall boundaries change, or whether they would like to see their block specifically be reopened to traffic. The majority of the businesses between 1st and 2nd Avenue did prefer that their block be reopened to traffic. However, that majority, while still the majority, was a lesser majority when you looked at whether it was a restaurant business versus a non-restaurant business. And one of the things we did find out is that there's 2 additional restaurants that don't currently have outdoor dining that are planning to do so in the near future. When we asked the same question to the businesses between 2nd and 3rd Avenue, similar results in the opposite direction, where the majority of the businesses did prefer that their block remain closed. That majority was really strong among the restaurant businesses. There's many fewer non-restaurant businesses that replied, but most of them actually would prefer that their block reopen to traffic because they don't see the benefit. When we asked about the interest in seasonal closures, there was very limited support for that across both blocks. And actually, the only support for seasonal closures came from non-food businesses. We did hear from food businesses that it would be challenging for them to only have seasonal outdoor dining because it would be hard for them to be able to store their furnishings in the off-season. They don't really have space for that on site. There also would be other logistical challenges for the city. It would not give us the opportunity to improve the street, so it would kind of remain in the temporary state. So based on these results, staff would recommend against seasonal closures as an option for consideration. The next question was whether or not to allow for parklet platforms. As stated before, if platforms are allowed, it would limit the type of public events that could be held on the street. So you could still have outdoor music, you could potentially do a version of September Nights on B, having the restaurants maybe share their spaces with the general public. But what you could not have on those streets would be a street fair style event with like tents, like a farmer's market or like the chamber event that was held last summer. Because you just can't fit the tents in among the parklets, there's just not enough space. Most businesses, when asked, they did find events to be beneficial to them, but of course, if they only happen a few times a year, that benefit is somewhat limited in its overall impact. As I said before, parklets would allow businesses to correct for the street slope issues. So because the street is so very sloped, some of the parklets that have been built in other portions of the downtown actually are built sort of higher than the sidewalk and have the ability to ramp up. It's somewhat complicated construction, but it can really work and make a difference and make a very safe and ADA compliant dining space. When asked if they would like the opportunity to have parklets, the majority of the businesses between 2nd and 3rd would be all for it. However, they would prefer their street to still remain closed to traffic. So we gave them that option because, you know, we do allow parklets in the rest of the downtown with traffic passing by. Kind of the opposite, between 1st and 2nd Avenue, only 45% of the food businesses had any interest in building parklets, and even if they could, they would still prefer their street to be reopened to cars. It didn't change their mind about that situation. So this really just represents the business side of the story, and that was sort of the direction given by City Council. I do know you've received a lot of public comment, and there's a lot of community interest in seeing the pedestrian malls stay as they are. So this is the process if you were to consider to reopen the block between 1st and 2nd to cars again. So because there isn't really a well-established process in the State Pedestrian Mall Act, it's very clear about how you close the street, but not necessarily, doesn't really provide a clear roadmap for how to reopen it. We thought it would be best and safest to sort of do the same process again as we did for the closure for a possible reopening. It's a many-step process which would allow for multiple options for community input and feedback along the way. The very first step would be the adoption of a resolution of intent, which would set a public hearing date. Then we'd have to do all sorts of legal noticing requirements, which include sending notices to all impacted businesses and property owners, posting notices on the street itself, and of course, at that point, we could also do whatever additional community outreach that the council wanted to add on to that. Then we'd have a public hearing where we'd have a first reading of an ordinance. If the ordinance were to pass that night, we would go back again to the council for a second reading of an ordinance, and then it would take another 30 days after that ordinance was read for this to be effective. So the very earliest date this would possibly happen would probably be late fall. The council would be under no requirement to have it immediately reopen too. You could set whatever reopening date you wanted if you wanted to reopen. That could be at some point in the future. There would be a cost to reopen the street because we did sort of remove some of the improvements that made it a functioning street. So we would have to put back some of the traffic striping, parking space stall striping, put back the parking meters we took out and the signage we took out. It would cost roughly $50,000, which is not a huge expense. The total pedestrian mall project for both blocks is currently estimated to be about $1.2 million. If we were to only do one block, this isn't a precise estimate, but we're guessing it would cut about $500,000 off of the total cost. It's not a perfect half. Some costs are sort of sunk costs in the overall project. So that project would still be around $700,000. So the guidance we're looking for tonight are really two completely separate questions. They don't necessarily have to be related. But the first is, should the city initiate the process to reopen the block between 1st and 2nd Avenue? And then the second question is, should businesses located on the pedestrian mall, whether it's one block or two, be allowed to construct parklet platforms? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now time for questions from council. Councilmember Lorraine, do you have any questions?
Sure, thank you. Kathy, from the survey, have we learned about, what about the city's permitting process for outdoor dining might be considered too strict to the four businesses on 1st and 2nd, or any business that sort of noted that in the survey?
So we do require them to pay a permit fee, which is for just outdoor dining installations is $371, and they have to submit a copy of their insurance listing the city as an additional insured and provide us with at least a diagram. Doesn't have to be an architectural drawing, but some sort of diagram that shows what they're planning to put out there. I think it's just some businesses just find any sort of paperwork process, especially insurance requirements, to be onerous.
To your knowledge, is there a tax issue possibly with businesses participating? Does it, yeah.
I don't think that that's a consideration. I really think it's a staffing issue, honestly, for a lot of businesses. So having outdoor dining does require that the businesses maintain it. People will leave behind all sorts of messes, pretty shocking. And it does sort of require staff to go out periodically and clean the space. Additionally, furniture really does need to be secured at night, otherwise it will walk away if not bolted down. So I do think it does add a little additional staffing burden to some businesses, and they sometimes just don't necessarily see it being worthwhile.
Okay, thank you. If we were to keep 1st and 2nd and 3rd open to pedestrian and non-car uses in this pedestrian mall, is there anything you think the city might be able to do in partnership with other businesses or even on its own to quick build or pilot something for this summer and fall? Because I think, as was noted, at the moment, 1st and 2nd appears a bit empty, and yet in terms of furniture and infrastructure, right? And yet, I think we had received public comments and pictures, and I think those of us who have come out when the sun is out and it's nice, there are definitely people walking through there. But might the city have any interest in or wherewithal to consider even placing some of its own furniture out there as a pilot?
I don't know that we have excess furniture that we could put out, so we would have to order and purchase some, and it would need to be heavy duty, so that it, like the furniture that's proposed as part of the pedestrian mall plan that I showed you in March was intended to be bolted down, because again, it's pretty surprising, but things do walk away when they're not bolted down, pretty surprisingly. And we would probably need to work with our current cleaning contractor, the one you literally just approved off of consent, to have more regular cleaning, because people do also leave messes that would need to be addressed. But it's not impossible. There definitely would be a cost to it, and it may be, I don't want to guess, but it wouldn't be inexpensive. It would probably $20,000, $30,000 to buy a significant amount of furnishings to really make an impact. So you'd notice a difference. Like a bench or two is not going to do it.
Thank you. And with regard to this question about parklets, is there potential flexibility in having different rules on each of these blocks? Or would it be preferred by staff to not have that flexibility?
I'm not sure what you mean by rules on each of the blocks. Like,
I guess I was just, I'm referring to potentially having an interest in allowing parklets on one block, but maybe not on another block.
that would definitely be at the discretion of council.
Okay.
Absolutely.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I think you already said that seasonal openings or closings would be difficult. What does that entail to do it that would restrict us from doing it?
Well, first of all, there was very little support from the businesses for that. It would just mean we wouldn't be able to do permanent improvements. So if it was seasonal, we would need to repaint the street, and that expense that was sort of listed for one block, we'd probably have to, if you were doing it on both, we would need to do the same thing for both. And then when it was closed, it would be closed with the temporary barricades.
So we would talk at times about doing festivals. I was wondering if we decide to open it, if we could do a temporary closing to include that in a festival that would be going on.
Absolutely. We've done street fairs in the downtown throughout time and have done temporary closures for that. The first time we did September Nights on B, it was before the pedestrian mall, and we closed the street. So it's always possible to close streets for festivals and events.
So at the last meeting, we were told, I believe, my memory's not 100% always, that the cost for doing both blocks had doubled.
It did, because of the type of barricade that we've determined is really necessary to maintain the level of pedestrian safety we think is important to protect from vehicles crashing through barricades.
I think you said it was somewhere around $500,000 that we would save if we decided to reopen First to Second on B Street.
So the total proposed cost of doing the improvements that I had presented to you in March was $1.2 million. I am guessing, because we don't have the refined cost estimates, that if we were only to do the improvements between Second and Third, that it would cost us roughly $700,000 instead of that full $1.2 million total.
I think you had indicated, correct me if I'm wrong, that the large portion of the accelerated cost was in the bollards?
Yes, the automatic retractable bollards are a considerable expense.
So this is a request. So if we decided to reopen B Street, I've been told that widening the sidewalks would be extensively costly. Could we get a quote on that? And I'm talking about between First and Second.
I would have to work with our public works staff. I don't know what would be entailed in coming up with a quote that would have any accuracy without actually spending money on designing it.
Or doing a request for proposal.
Yeah, so I would have to confer with them to see. My guesstimate, with the emphasis on this is my guesstimate, is it is a pretty expensive thing because you have to relocate the gutter and the storm drain system.
Right.
Is you're probably looking at least $1 million per block for something like that. But that's me pulling my best guess out of the air, and
I'm just trying
not
to
an
find
engineer.
ways to make at least 3/4 of the folks happy if we, with anything that we do. The reason I was thinking about the widening would be greater for pedestrians, and it would also allow more easily for businesses to put out tables and chairs. I think that's it for me for right now, but I'll probably have some more as time goes.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom.
Kathy, thank you for your presentation and answering all our questions you asked. You answered some before the meeting for me as well. Thank you. I'm still trying to completely understand the difference between, street seating and parklet. So I understand if they have a parklet that, they're paying a permit to build the parklet and maintain the parklet. If they don't, then we don't really have a lot of this, but then we as a city maintain the street and they're just putting tables on the street? Or is the vision more that when we open this up, or close this areas permanently, the city provides all the tables and infrastructure as opposed to the restaurants? Does that make sense?
Sure. So it has always been our vision, or the vision of the prior council, that each restaurant would be providing their own seating areas and therefore maintaining them, because again, it is a challenge to make sure that they stay clean and bust of debris. The city, as part of our pedestrian mall plans, has always intended to provide a couple of public seating areas so that people could bring food from elsewhere in the downtown and enjoy being in the pedestrian mall without being a paid patron of those businesses. The main difference between what we currently have and a parklet, so fees aside, is really, the cost to construct a parklet is not insignificant because it is a pretty major, in order to make it meet ADA standards, it does require a pretty significant amount of design and material purchases versus just putting out planters to sort of define an area and buying furnishings.
Understood. Thank you. I talked to several of the business owners about a month ago and a couple more in the last few days. Most said that it was between $70,000 and $90,000 to build out a parklet. Does that sound right?
I think it really depends on what they're building. When we first started this, we heard quotes of $50,000. But I mean, things keep going up in price, so I'm not saying that they're wrong. It's definitely not inexpensive. It costs a lot of money, and it does require, typically they do need to hire an architect to make sure that they do it right and meet the ADA slopes are, especially in our streets, really challenging, and to provide the proper flow along the curb line for stormwater. A lot of what you saw during the pandemic was just sort of built on the fly, and a lot of it was not built to pass the test of time. We had a lot of flooding issues when we had rains because they were blocking the flow of water in the storm drain, and their whole parklets got flooded with damage to furniture. So they definitely need to be well thought out.
So expanding on an idea that Rich was talking about, would it be feasible to keep, for example, one block closed but open the other block to one direction of traffic and then widen the sidewalks on one side of the street? Because when I look at it, the easternmost businesses mostly have, they could conceivably have outdoor seating on Main Street, which is the alleyway that's closed behind their buildings anyways. And then you could have the shops on the west side of the street just have a wider sidewalk and simply have one-way traffic flow and half the parking on the street.
I mean, certainly that's something that could be looked at. It would need to be designed by a design consultant. I will just say, during the pandemic, we did have an additional block that was temporarily closed with a singular lane closure. It did create a bit of a disastrous traffic pattern where we had cars driving the wrong way all the time. That, not saying that permanent improvements couldn't be done better to keep that from happening, but one-way traffic in portions of the downtown can be a little bit challenging to manage, especially for cars that are not used to the downtown and know where they're going.
Sure. One thing that surprised me mostly today, and you know how this works, is somebody starts kind of a chain letter and everybody starts sending the same email. But there was a lot of people calling out that they wanted Worst Hall to be able to continue to have outdoor dining. But you know, when I started looking at the map, I realized that they're not on the streets that we have closure. So I guess my question about that was, have we reached out to businesses that may want to be serving food on the square that might be 1 or 2 blocks, you know, off of the actual street front, and how would that work?
So, you know, when the city council moved from our temporary outdoor dining programs to our permanent programs, any business that's not on the pedestrian mall is free to apply for a parklet. So those are available throughout the downtown. Worst Hall had intended to apply for a parklet. I think, as you mentioned, the cost of building a parklet is very expensive, and I think they decided it wasn't worthwhile for their business. They were also on the block that had the one-way lane closure, and they had dining on both
Baldwin.
B Street and then on Baldwin, but they are eligible for a parklet. I do understand that it may be cost prohibitive for them to do at this point in time.
But if they chose not to put a parklet in, they don't have an option to serve 1 block down between First and Second if that was closed.
I mean, I think that would be really logistically challenging for businesses to serve further down the street. It's not something we've specifically explored, but during our September Nights on Bee Festival, we sort of had tried to encourage that to occur, and most of the businesses were like, we don't have the staffing to walk a block to provide food.
I saw your timeline of probably late fall. Was late fall? Is that what you said?
That would be the earliest.
Okay, so if we decide that we want to close, or reopen rather, between Second and First, would it be possible to partner, for example, with Park and Rec and maybe do movie nights every Saturday for, 4 or 5 weeks of summer, just to see if we could help get more business, and more people into downtown, and then maybe we might see a tide change from those businesses? Or is that a far-fetched idea? Has anybody talked about?
It's not far-fetched. I will say that we already have planned to host the September Nights on Bee events again on that particular block, and then the Chamber is planning their street festival that they had last year again. That'll actually be on 3 blocks of the downtown, the 2 pedestrian mall blocks, as well as the Worst Hall block that's 1 block further. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They chose to do it on the block between 3rd and 4th, so 1 block further up. So there will be additional events. I know that the Parks and Rec program already has their movie night set, and they rotate between parks in different neighborhoods, so I think it would be challenging for them to do, they could
Sure.
possibly, but.
Yeah, no, I understand there's logistics, and obviously someone would have to pay for it. I don't know if the downtown merchants would want to, but I just wonder if there isn't something we could do that wouldn't be very high cost, but that would drive people to outdoors on the weekends.
I will just say that the events are surprisingly costly to put on. So the September Nights on Bee festivals have cost the city roughly $30,000 per event to host, and are very staff intensive. So not saying that it couldn't be done, but I wouldn't say that it's on the cheap.
Understood. That's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you for your help.
Great. Other questions before I ask? No? Okay. If you could help refresh my memory, the previous council, one of their major reasons for doing this and for opening it for 2 blocks was because they wanted to be able to do things like, festivals and street fairs and maybe a farmer's market, who knows what, but also to try and create a real sense of space that was unique in San Mateo.
That's correct.
Yeah. And if we allowed parklets but kept both blocks closed to motor vehicles, you said that we'd be able to do some smaller version of that. We could have jazz trios, we could have poetry raps, whatever, but we couldn't do a farmer's market as an example. But there could be a lot of things that could be done to get energy going. Have we ever, I'm sure somewhere in the past, we have surveyed other cities and what they've done with their streets, their closed streets, and how many of them allow parklets, how many of them are similar to us? Do we have any understanding of that?
I think a lot of cities are going through very similar issues with ADA concerns and slopes and safety renovations. I do know that Sunnyvale and San Jose are looking at making some of their temporary closures permanent and are also facing several $1 million project costs to do that. Every city is really different in terms of the slope of the street. I would say ours is the most extreme that I've seen, unfortunately, in any city. And so I think that really drives the interest in parklets, whereas, for example, if you've been to downtown Mountain View, it's pretty flat and beautiful, and you don't have to do much to make it very inviting and comfortable to dine on. So I think every city has their own unique challenges.
Okay. And thank you for surveying the businesses. I think it's important to get their voices involved and understand the differences as well as the similarities. But did we undertake any kind of survey of other segments of the community, people who live downtown, people who came from other places?
Not for this specific item. We did back in early 2021 when we were originally determining whether to close the streets down more formally. At that point, there was very strong community support in closing those streets. But we certainly, if directed by council, could do more community outreach even before going to a resolution of intent and even just starting that process if the council were to.
Right. We certainly got a lot of feedback prior to this meeting.
You did.
And let's see if there was anything else. No, I think those are my questions for right now. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, are there any other questions before we open it up for public comment? No? Oh,
Yeah, maybe
hold on.
I just couldn't decide whether I should do it as a question or comment later. I thought the concept was a good concept in the beginning. One of the things I was concerned about, and I wanted your input on that, is it's not really a promenade because we have a well-used street, Second Street, that's not closed. So there is, do you believe there may be some pedestrian danger in making that crossover between the two?
Based on the way our barricades currently are, we're strongly encouraging pedestrians to funnel back to the crosswalks to close the street, and those are signalized intersections. So I don't believe that there's a strong pedestrian danger caused by having a 2-block segment.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess I had one last question that I had forgotten to ask. Prior to the shutdown in COVID, I remember I was part of a nascent committee to try and think about what we could do about events in San Mateo. And there was a lot of different groups from other parts of the city who were in part of that. And then that got closed down with COVID. Has there been any discussion about trying to regenerate that committee as a way to generate content or programming?
That is something we've been keeping in the back of our mind, but part of our hesitancy in doing so is that everything's still kind of coming out of the pandemic and people are just starting to bring back events that have been dormant for multiple years. So we thought it would make sense to sort of let things restabilize before initiating that conversation again. But it's definitely something, if the council were to direct staff to do, we can definitely re-engage the various stakeholders that were involved in that conversation.
And have we reached out to, let's say, the schools to see if they had, during the San Mateo Celebrates, the National Library Week, there was one night of poetry slam on B Street that brought out a lot of students and brought out their parents, that created positive. Has there been any outreach to that, or have the schools approached you at all?
No, there haven't been.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If you intend to speak on this item, which is number 14, the pedestrian mall, and you have not turned in your speaker slip, now is the time to do it. Please bring that on up to me. There are speaker slips right up here. In the remote environment, in the Zoom, if you intend to comment on this item, if you could please raise your hand at this time. If we don't have your hand raised, we are going to call who the last speaker is, so I'll give you a little bit of time to do that. In order to be efficient in this process, I will call up 3 speakers at a time and ask you to line up against the wall so that we can efficiently access the microphone. So in the remote environment, please raise your hand at this time if you intend to offer public comment on the pedestrian mall. And I will identify who that is after, who the last speaker will be after we take our first in-person public comment. So the first 3 speakers are going to be Kevin Simpson, Jonathan New, and David Hunt. And we are having some technology issues with the video timer, so I'm going to be using the old-fashioned timer. It's on the light right in front of you, and it's going to blink, and then I will just start to say thank you when your time is up.
Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Oh, I apologize. We're still counting. We have 7 in person and 8 on the line. So we will do 2 minutes each. Let me fix that. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Simpson. I've lived in San Mateo for 15 years over on Humboldt, really close to downtown. Part of the reason why we moved here was downtown. And I love downtown. I'm there every morning. I run into a few of you having my coffee every morning in Pete's at the corner of B and 3rd. I love our downtown. I was really excited when one of the silver linings to the pandemic was the opportunity to turn our beautiful downtown with all those historic storefronts into not just a pedestrian mall, but a real town square. And when the project was approved and we set off on our study, I was very excited about what we might be able to do. A year and a half later, we appear to be giving up on it because we've done paltry little to sustain the momentum while we conducted our due diligence about what to do with those 2 blocks. I would be really upset to find that we reopen one block because we still haven't put anything in front of the ugly barriers. I think we're just now going to start getting our sidewalks steam cleaned again. We haven't done anything about really attractive other temporary things that we can do. And we seem to be slaves to this tension between wanting to have artificial made-up festivals to bring people to our downtown on certain occasions versus really paying attention to our bread and butter, which is a really thriving, well-established downtown that attracts businesses that want to serve food on the street and establish kind of a culture of that. It takes time, it takes persistence, it takes imagination. I was just on California Street in Palo Alto. They've ordered temporary, beautiful banners to hang in front of the ugly water-filled barriers. San Carlos has lights strung across the street, which we seem to think we can't do. Let's use our imaginations. Let's not give up on this just yet over a few $100,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be Jonathan New, followed by David Hunt, and then Hamdi Ungar. And go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live just north of downtown, and I visit there every day. I'm strongly in favor of keeping B Street pedestrianized and closed to cars. The decision to reopen the street shouldn't be made entirely by the businesses. Running a restaurant is really tough, and I have a lot of respect for those who endeavor. But the reality is that half of all restaurants fail in the first year, and 70% don't make it to year 5. We shouldn't make policy decisions that may reverberate for decades based on the whims of a few businesses that, if we're being honest, may not be here that long. Are we going to reopen these discussions in a couple years when we have a whole new crop of retail and restaurants? Probably not. The policy should be determined by the people who live here and those that patronize these shops and restaurants. And the people want their streets to remain closed. I'm a little disappointed this was excluded from staff's presentation, but a recent survey from 2001, which is linked from the City of San Mateo's website, of 738 respondents, 82% wanted the block between 1st and 2nd to remain closed. And 92% of those indicated they'd visit more often or the same amount if the streets remain closed. These numbers are incredible, like 80+%. I don't see any survey where 80+% of anyone agree on anything, let alone closing a street to cars. I acknowledge that some businesses find the vitality between 1st and 2nd lacking, but I don't think short-term gripes should affect long-term thinking. Where they see a lack of vitality, I see a lack of investment. The restaurants on the southern block put out tables, chairs, lights, plants, heaters, and even live music. They didn't just materialize, they made an investment. I mean, who refuses to put out chairs and then complain that no one is sitting? It doesn't make any sense. I'd like to conclude by urging you to keep both blocks closed to cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On our online environment, we have 8 speakers. The last speaker will be Erica Wood. Thank you very much. Next speaker in person is David Hunt, followed by Hamdi Unger, and then Seema Patel.
Good evening. Thanks for taking the time to take my comment. I'm here to encourage you to keep B Street between 1st and 2nd open to people and closed to cars. As a reference, there's close to 1,000 public parking spaces within a block and a half of that block of B Street. That block of B Street had 29 parking spaces when it was open to cars. So please keep that in mind when considering the space empty. Previously, it would take about 29 cars and maybe 4 or 5 idling waiting for the perfect spot to make it feel totally full. 30 people on that block, plus or minus a few, probably makes it look pretty empty. Additionally, I think we should invest in making the space better. And we have enough space for cars downtown. We don't have enough public space to enjoy for people, for families, for people out on a stroll, people that want to take a phone call and not have the noise of cars next to them. I love the idea of engaging with city departments that have experience with placemaking and events like Parks and Rec, and at the very least, providing places for people to sit and enjoy the space would be welcome, along with some additional investment in beautification. On the topic of larger events, San Carlos holds their farmers market next to the block that's closed to pedestrian malls, and we have some great opportunities to do that, to have a little bit of both. It's one day, it could be Sunday mornings, there's not a lot of traffic anyway. It'll get more business to the pedestrian mall, it'll get the great big events to be possible. I guess to close it out, the parklets need to be allowed. The crowd on that street is painful. Lunch on Fridays with my wife at Pacific Catch requires some serious core strength, and although maybe it's good multitasking, I think we could open it up to be a little more accessible and comfortable for people. There's a large amount of space dedicated to cars in our downtown, and we should be considering how to make our limited car-free space amazing and finding ways to invest in it and hopefully expand it in the future as we enter another beautiful summer in San Mateo. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Hamdi Unger, followed by Seema Patel, and then Tanner Walters.
Good afternoon. I'm owner of the Porterhouse downtown San Mateo, and I would like to know what the purpose of the closing. Is there any purpose? And that's number one. Number two, we have handicap access. We have a lot of old people live downtown San Mateo, wheelchair, they cannot come to my place. Otherwise, I'm losing money. And you look at the street, is no ambience. No atmosphere, deserted, no nice. Either you give a clear vision, like I spend $7,000 with Architect, I don't know which direction we go, put a parquet or no parquet. Or you're going to make upscale, if you want to close, make upscale, like Burlingame, like San Carlos, appeal to everyone. Or open it, which is, then taxi, delivery, for delivery is very important, handicap, most important thing. And also, if you do something, direction, I think we spend money, look better, place look better, downtown San Mateo will look better, and bring other people downtown San Mateo. Like my son on the plaza, he spent $120,000 parking, but look fantastic. Every day busy, you cannot get in. We like everything be upscale. That's only us, please, very important, handicap and delivery. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Seema Patel, followed by Tanner Walters, and then Tyson Mao.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. While I serve as a planning commissioner, I am speaking tonight on my own behalf in support of keeping B Street between 1st and 2nd closed to vehicular traffic. John New covered the community survey of 738 respondents that was done in March 2021 at the height of the pandemic, so I won't repeat all of those stats. But I will say that when the city decided to keep B Street closed between 1st and 3rd, it required the businesses along the pedestrian mall to remove their parklets. What happened next was a literal A/B test on the effects of outdoor infrastructure. The businesses between 2nd and 3rd decided to rebuild, investing in flexible outdoor seating. The result has been a vibrant outdoor atmosphere that is bustling on evenings and weekends. The businesses between 1st and 2nd, on the other hand, primarily chose not to reinvest. The result is a block that feels inactive and underutilized. I believe the lack of vibrancy between 1st and 2nd is due to the lack of outdoor infrastructure, not a lack of interest or demand from patrons. My family walks the downtown 2 to 3 times a week, and the dead block attracts a fair amount of activity during evenings and weekends. There's always a long line of patrons waiting to get into Kachikin, and Urban's Ritual seating is always packed with people eating Somi Somi's ice cream. I believe that over time, these storefronts will transition to businesses that are interested in activating the outdoor space and creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the meantime, I believe the City Council should consider easing that transition by 1, providing outdoor seating and infrastructure this summer as an experiment. Instead of spending $50,000 to repaint for cars, spend the $20,000 on the furniture and test it out. Perhaps vibrancy that results will encourage the current businesses to invest in the outdoor space. 2, allow other businesses to activate the block via food trucks or food carts. 3, facilitate the transition to businesses that want to activate the block by providing incentives, perhaps funding or reduced taxes, to businesses that will actually invest in the outdoor space. Ultimately, I don't think the City Council should make long-term policy decisions based on the desires of a small number of businesses that aren't showing an interest in investing in community. Instead, I think the city should prioritize the opinions of the residents who filled out the survey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Tanner Walters, followed by Tyson Mao.
Hi there, Council. Happy Monday. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, city staff, for what you do. I'm here to advocate to keep Pedestrian Mall between 1st all the way to 3rd. I also live on Elm Street, just close to downtown, and have the joy, and like someone said, a tough joy through the pandemic to be able to walk downtown. I love downtown. I'm not a native San Matean. I moved up here 2 years ago. My boyfriend is, and he speaks so highly of San Mateo. And I think I've become it's one of its biggest advocates. In just 2 years, I go to work and I tell people, okay, we're going to be up in San Mateo. I tell my family in the Midwest, this is what it is that keeps me here. It is being able to go somewhere and have a beautiful space. So I do think this is interesting because it's a good opportunity to kind of look at the parklets and think about the ways that we can make the pedestrian mall better. But I'm sad that there's a chance that it might go away. I think that's such a lost opportunity. I want to keep the conversation going. I don't want to lose that. The businesses seem pretty split from this initial survey. We have 11 food businesses. 2 of them have used the space, 2 more are going to, and then there's 4 who say that there's, as Councilmember Lorraine is pointing to, some sort of limitations in policy or something that's keeping them from that. But if you even get 2 of those 4, now you've already bumped up and you have 6 of the 11 using the space. So I just think that these are like split times, and I see a future to use this pedestrian mall really beautifully. And I have 10 seconds, but thinking about as you kind of go between the blocks, Second is a street. In Santa Monica and Los Angeles, it's like that too, and people can walk through, but you do it on the red light, and it's like a pedestrian stoplight. And I think that's actually very fun. I sometimes kind of get off there and do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, but I appreciate the conversation, and thank you.
Thank you. And our last in-house speaker is Tyson Mao.
Dear Council, my name is Tyson Mao, and I am the owner of Wursthal. We are a restaurant and beer garden located at Baldwin and B Street. When San Mateo closed streets and made the space available for outdoor dining, we participated by placing outdoor tables and benches for the community. I, like many others, found it to be extremely pleasant experience, and it was a literal breath of fresh air. While COVID was difficult, outdoor dining allowed Wursthal to reach our pre-pandemic revenue numbers. We were able to retain our staff and provide assistance through community donations. Wursthal was running at an annual revenue rate of approximately $3.2 million when we had outdoor dining. When San Mateo removed the outdoor dining space, we immediately saw a sharp decline in traffic. I know that 44%, or 8 businesses between First and Second, said that closing the street led to reduced revenues, but for us, it was the exact opposite. Reopening the street led to a 33% drop in revenue. This is also consistent with the fact that it is unlikely that a parking space outside of my business is occupied by a customer that is specifically visiting my business. There are many businesses in downtown San Mateo, and statistically, it is not realistic that an immediate parking space results in a meaningful amount of business revenue. As of today, Wursthal is no longer profitable without the outdoor space. While our business will do the best that it can to cut additional costs and improve other business metrics, I will be forced to close the business in September of 2025 after our lease term if we cannot turn the business around. San Mateo has offered a program to install parklets on parking spaces, but it is not financially viable. With the increase of construction materials and labor, an outdoor parklet would cost our business $70,000. And given that the area only covers 2 parking spaces, I cannot sufficiently seat a number of customers to pay back the construction expense. It is much easier and sensible to monetize the pedestrian mall, as we can create an outdoor seating in an economically viable way. City and local businesses should collaborate to help increase the vibrancy of the block between First and Second. Our business served as an example that there is an appetite by the community for outdoor gathering. To summarize, I'd be seeking in support of keeping the pedestrian mall, and I'm happy to share our learnings and to assist in creating spaces that help foster a closer sense of community. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move to the online environment. Our first speaker is Rick Ballard. Please go ahead, Rick.
Good evening, Council. I know this is a nuanced issue, and I appreciate how you're considering it. I urge you to keep B Street closed to cars and also to invest in making the street a beautiful, proper public space. Some others have sounded quite eloquent on this topic, so I'm going to keep my comments focused on 2 points. First, we need to plan for the future, not the past. Our future has more mass transit, biking, and walking than it does today, and it has increased downtown residential density to meet housing goals, giving us a greater population of people nearby to take advantage of these streets. We should keep that in mind. Second, we need to make this a proper pedestrian mall. I loved the block between First and Second last year before all the pandemic parklets were turned down, and now it's a barren block of pavement. No wonder the businesses there are unhappy. When I visit the downtown of other cities in the peninsula, like Redwood City, I'm embarrassed for San Mateo. Cities here have proven that beautiful, functional pedestrian malls can enhance quality of life and support business. San Mateo can and must do better than we have here, and reducing our pedestrian space would be a step backwards. So I urge you to invest in street beautification. For example, other cities have street trees and planters. And I urge you to collaborate with businesses to make it streamlined and financially viable for them to build out parklet infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Fields. Please go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, good evening, members of the council. Sarah Fields, renter in 19th Avenue Park, member of the Parks and Rec Commission, although making comments that are my own this evening. I just want to add to the chorus of my fellow San Mateans, really urging the issue of keeping this section of B Street closed for pedestrians. We are a safer and more vibrant city when we do that. I also just want to share, because this hasn't been shared, that we've seen several vehicular incidences with pedestrians. I myself saw 2 pedestrians get struck by a vehicle making an unprotected left on B Street about 2 years ago now, but during these closures. And I just want to say that pedestrian safety, no matter what you do, needs to be reprioritized because our streets are, unfortunately, as we know, not as safe as they could and should be. That being said, work with the businesses. We've heard from several local business owners today, telling you what they do and do not need, and we need to listen to them, but also know that our fellow San Mateans want to be able to go to downtown. They want to activate it. They want to recreate and purchase items and food from our local businesses. And frankly, our neighboring cities have shown us that this is possible, and we need to step up because San Mateo is meant to be a leader in our county, and we're frankly not leading on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Loxton. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, City Council. Good evening. I wanted to speak in favor of keeping the street closed to cars and open to pedestrians only. As others have spoken tonight, it is important to consider how the future of our city is densifying, and so we need to think about how we're going to detach ourselves from the car-centric infrastructure that was the default for the past 100 years. In addition, I want to vocalize support for our business owners that are struggling post-pandemic with the new parklet program that is keeping our business owners from being able to create outdoor dining spaces. Some of the options that I think the city could consider might be perhaps a loan program to help offset the high costs of that initial capital investment, or perhaps a additional loan sharing program, or something just to at least be able to encourage our businesses to make that leap in investing in our city's infrastructure. Additionally, I would vocalize support for additional public seating on the closed portions of B Street, and especially for the pilot program that would allow for some form of public seating to be made available, knowing that it's really the desolate nature of the first and second portion of B Street that's keeping folks from wanting to, congregate there and really make our city feel like more of a community. So, thank you for your time, but I urge you to consider keeping close to cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael. Please go ahead, Michael.
Yes, hello, this is Michael Grubb. We do B Street that is closed off. It is not a pedestrian mall. It is not a promenade. What it is a street with scruffy and ugly looking storefronts and 2 ugly concrete barriers at the end. It is a blocked off street, nothing more. There is nothing upscale about it. Streets are for cars, parking spaces are for parking cars, sidewalks are for pedestrians, and restaurants are for eating in. People should not be eating in the street. Parking is already a nightmare in San Mateo. There are not enough spaces, despite what the other person said. And I urge you to not sacrifice parking spaces for the few people who want to walk and eat in the street. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pam Riddlemeyer. Please go ahead, Pam.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Naomi Kotani. I'm in 8th grade. I'm on my mom's computer, that's why it says her name. But I think that it would be beneficial if we kept the 2 blocks of B Street closed to cars because it creates a nice environment for people to eat outside without having cars pass by. It's safer. For example, I know a lot of kids go there after school, and it's a lot safer if there aren't cars on the street. I walked there recently and there are a lot of people out and it was really nice, and I think that a lot of people would enjoy it if we kept it like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Caitlin Wu. Please go ahead, Caitlin.
Good evening, City Council members and staff. I'd like to comment on this as well. I think keeping B Street car-free ultimately creates a better quality of life that we can be proud of. I have a few reasons. Number one, we have parking next block on Main Street and have adjacent street open to cars already. Cars don't have to be 100% on every single road. I drive to downtown from Hillsdale. I had no problem parking in the garage. Number two, quality of life is much greater when people can enjoy themselves without traffic. Look elsewhere in Birmingham, Palo Alto, at SF, much of Europe. Business boom when pedestrians are welcomed. Three, the focus in this meeting should be on how to make B Street more pleasant and inviting for outdoor dining and shopping. Think about how to deregulate and be creative and promote outdoor seatings and vendors, more trees and landscapes. 4, new denser constructions near downtown means more people walking by, which calls for more pedestrian, more plaza/street. In the end, I do have some pictures with my baby and wife on B Street, but I couldn't share with you, but you get the point. Please do the right thing and keep this alive. And I think San Mateo is pretty unique to us because the signature walkable downtown, so let's curate it and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jordan Grimes. Please go ahead, Jordan.
Good evening, Council. Jordan Grimes, 19th Avenue Park. I want to strongly push back on an earlier commenter who claimed that streets are for cars, not for people. Cars did not even exist until about 100 years ago. Until then, the streets were for human beings, and they should be again. I want to urge the council to keep First and Second Avenues closed to cars and to allow parklets on the street in order to improve the existing atmosphere. I understand that there are concerns of business owners who have seen less foot traffic since the pandemic. These concerns are not new or uncommon, but they are unfounded. I understand why they exist, but in reality, they attribute loss of business to closed streets instead of to the real culprit, which is the lack of customers due to shifts in commute patterns. Prior to the pandemic, workers from nearby offices, mine included, flooded B Street, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, between 5 and 6 p.m., occupying restaurants and bars and making our downtown one of the most well-traveled and lively on the peninsula. With the shift to hybrid employment models, that has changed considerably. Many offices remain vacant, and we need to shift to new models to create foot traffic and generate new customers. In order to drive business to downtown restaurants and businesses, we need to do a few things. First, fix the ugly streetscapes and barricades, replacing them with much more attractive options, allow public seating areas, allowing people to truly occupy the public realm, and finally, allowing more housing in our downtown core so that there is a natural and significant customer base for our local businesses. I keep hearing this discussion about cost, but the opportunity to create a thriving, vibrant downtown is priceless. So many other cities across the peninsula have figured this out. We can do it too. Not doing this would be a huge loss for our community, and I urge you to have the vision not to squander this incredible opportunity and instead use it to put our city and B Street on the map. And then finally, I just want to strongly advocate for the closure of Baldwin to allow B Street, Baldwin and B Street, and allow the recreation of the Worst Hall Beer Garden. I think the trade of a dozen parking spaces for hundreds of diners is more than worth the trade.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jordan. Next speaker and last speaker is Erica Wood. Please go ahead, Erica.
Good evening, council members. Erica Wood, President and CEO of the San Mateo Area Chamber of Commerce. Earlier, I spoke about the fact that one of our high priorities is to do everything we can to ensure we have vibrant commercial and community spaces. And I see that maintaining the pedestrian mall, whether it's 1 or 2 blocks, is a really important part of that. I think now is the time to really make B Street special and vibrant. And I think what the city is considering in terms of B Street streetscape improvements and beautification will only help increase vibrancy, which will in turn help our local businesses. At our board retreat in March, downtown revitalization, downtown vibrancy was a high priority in our discussions. And I want everyone to know that the Chamber is very interested in working with the city and others as to how we can create experiences that draw people downtown, including our Community Fest, which we will do again this year and make it larger than last. And we look forward to conversation about other ways we can create experiences to draw people downtown while supporting our local businesses.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Mayor, that was our last speaker.
All right, thank you very much. Then we will close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Who would like to begin? Councilmember Lorraine, do you want?
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to get to the most important part first. Should the city initiate the process to reopen the block between 1st and 2nd Avenue? No. Should businesses located on the pedestrian mall be allowed to construct parklet platforms? Yes. Now I'm going to try to explain myself for a moment or two. I heard a number of businesses on 1st and 2nd Avenues indicating that they would prefer we close the pedestrian mall and or reopen it to car traffic. I also heard from a number of residents who still enjoy and support keeping both blocks on B open to pedestrian and other non-car uses, even with 1st and 2nd currently being a bit sparse on outdoor dining infrastructure and architecture. I think it's important to note that we have not yet had the opportunity to try this project with the added city amenities yet. There is more to come, and Kathy presented some of this in March. There will be new ADA spaces close to the pedestrian mall, mid-block ramps for extra accessibility, city-installed seating and eating tables, planters, bike racks, an art project, maybe depending on exactly how we configure this, but there will be art. There will be commercial loading zones at the corners of each of these blocks to help with loading supplies, and food delivery drivers within. There will be, an opportunity within a half block or less of both of these blocks to I think address some of the concerns that we heard from the owner of Porterhouse, for example. I hope this will help address some of the concerns that we're hearing from the business community. It is to come, and it's coming soon, relatively soon. I do think I hear a number of people asking for added investment by the city. And I will just note that while I'm not exactly against it, I also think that we are going to get some more investment from the city pretty soon if we go ahead with this as intended. And I'm also encouraged by Kathy mentioning earlier in the presentation that we have 2 new businesses on 1st and 2nd that are already in the process of considering outdoor dining to add to the numbers that we've seen. As I mentioned earlier, I am also in a way encouraged by a number of businesses who firstly indicated they would build a parklet if allowed. 5 businesses on 1st and 2nd indicated that they would, and 4 also noted in the survey that they're not currently engaging in the outdoor dining because they feel the permitting process and city requirements are too strict in some way. We've talked a little bit about this, but to me that indicates quite a bit of potential to turn things around on 1st and 2nd already. So I think that's worth noting. Also, the previous council approved this project 5-0. We heard about a survey that went out to the public, and hundreds of people responded to this survey, as has been noted, with vast amounts of interest, 80 to 90% interested in keeping these streets open to the pedestrian and other non-car uses. It's a project for now, and people are enjoying it now, but it's also a project for our future. And that was noted at the time when the council first put this together. A number of them were talking about how this is a legacy project that could make our downtown better for decades. As I think Kevin Simpson noted in his comments, it's and others have noted in other public comments, it's something that won't necessarily deliver an A+ experience at the very onset, but could get better over time and may take time to really mature and and provide the value we're envisioning. Indeed, this pedestrian mall was a part of our general plan update pretty much since it began, as we were thinking about ways to make better use of the limited space that we own in our city. From now through 2040, a future with more people, a pedestrian mall was a piece of that. And I personally, as a member of the public, when the council first decided to go ahead with this project, was enthusiastic about the opportunity, this silver lining of the pandemic, if you will, to try this before 2040. So that's really important as well. And I just think that we, as the deputy mayor noted, we've had some conversation about the idea that we can still have events. They just may not be the full-blown events that we were considering without parklets. If we had parklets, we could still have events of various sorts. And I think as David Hunn mentioned in public comment, I was thinking this wouldn't preclude us from hosting events in which we close maybe one street adjacent to the Ped Mall and have that host an event of tents, et cetera. As David noted with farmers markets, I was thinking, and as Kathy mentioned about the chamber considering 3rd and 4th. I feel like we have 3rd and 4th, we have Baldwin and 1st. Both of those I think are good candidates for an event from time to time, closing one street, and then taking advantage of the other 2 blocks that are already, have people walking through it and enjoying it. I think it would make for some potentially great events that I look forward to attending. As the deputy mayor mentioned, part of the idea behind this was to create a special place. And the special part of it is that cars are not going through it. The special part of it is that people can walk onto the street with their children, with their dogs, with their bikes, and have a different experience. That's the special part. So if we need to allow parklets to be constructed to keep that part, I'm okay with it. And in fact, maybe that is a better fit. I'm not, as I mentioned, I'm not against renting things or potentially investing in more ways to see what we can do to pilot things to give people a better sense of what's possible. I do think that if we're going to have things by fall or winter or spring of next year, it'll be here in a flash. So I don't want to hinge anything on that. I'm encouraged by Erica Wood's comments from the chamber. Perhaps there are opportunities to partner and find ways that maybe don't necessarily cost a lot of money or effort. On that front, I agree that a lack of vitality on 1st and 2nd comes from, I think, the fact that we just haven't had as much engagement and investment initially in the outdoor dining facilities. We know that this can work. I think it's fair to say that 2nd and 3rd is working. And as has been mentioned by a number of other people, other cities are finding good experiences too. So I'm encouraged by all of that. I look forward to talking about how we can make this the best it can be. Speaking more with businesses and figuring out if there is an issue with the current permitting requirements, if something is too onerous, but we can find a way to unlock that or talk as a council and staff on changes that we could make. That's the direction I hope we can go. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next?
I will tell you that I really enjoy pedestrian malls. I think 2nd to 3rd is working well. I enjoy being there. And I think there are a lot of things in 2nd and 3rd Street that make it more vibrant. One is the movie theater. There's popular bars and popular restaurants. And the garage that most people, I believe, like to park at is the central garage, and it's closest to between 2nd and 3rd Street. I will say that I spent last Saturday several hours talking to the businesses. I thought that was important since without the businesses, we really don't have much of a mall. And so a number of storefronts are closed. I spoke with, and I didn't add, I just listened. How do you feel about this? And 24% of the people I talked to that own businesses there would like to leave the street closed. 76% wanted it open. I talked to all but 2 of the businesses, left my business cards with staff, and they called me later. So I will say I just don't think it's working, and I don't think it's likely to work. One of the major things that I heard complaints about was disabled parking. And I would really like to see, if it's not as expensive as has been led to believe, it opened and the sidewalks widened. I think it's a good compromise between having it closed so that it would give pedestrians more room, we give room for tables and chairs from the businesses. And I think more than anything else, that would liven it. For economic reasons, we really need to have disabled parking along there because a tremendous amount of disposable income in this city are with older people, and they do go out to eat. And so for all of those reasons, without belaboring it, because I would really like to see it work, I would say we need to reopen it. My preference would be, if we can afford it, to widen the sidewalks, go back to parallel parking rather than perpendicular parking to allow for disabled parking. And so I'll just leave it at that. Oh, I do want to say one more thing. Many people that open small businesses actually leverage their homes to do that. They have everything riding on the business. And we should do everything we can to make sure that they don't lose out in that business. So I just don't think it's working, and I don't think it's working for them, and that's why the responses I got. And we really don't have much of a pedestrian mall if we don't have vibrant businesses there. That's it.
Councilmember Hedges, can I ask, are you talking about reopening both blocks or first and second?
Oh, no, not second to third. I said that's working well. No. I mean, I like pedestrian malls. This one, first to second, just isn't working. And there's some traffic circulation issues that go with it, too.
Thanks for your response.
Well, I think when we talked about this last, I told a lot of people about my 2 years of living in Europe. And when I lived in the Netherlands, in the winter, it could be 7 degrees outside, and yet there'd still be thousands of people eating outdoors. And I've had many friends come from Europe to visit me in America, and one of the comments they always say is, why is there not more outdoor eating here? I mean, your climate is incredible. And so, you know, I definitely love outdoor eating. My wife, my daughters, and I love having B Street closed. I kind of am in a similar mindset, though, where Rich is that, you know, I've talked to a lot of the business owners between first and second, and unequivocally, none of them have been wanting it to continue to be closed. And so, you know, I think my challenge to everyone who's in the other camp who wants both is prove me wrong, because, you know, we're gonna notice this and say, okay, if we're gonna close, you know, we're gonna reopen first and second, we're gonna have at least 3 or 4 months before we would be able to even do that. So let's get people out to these restaurants. Let's make these restaurant people say, hey, wait a minute, we have a change of heart. And that I think is really key. I think that, you know, the other thing we've heard is some important things. We need to obviously do better with ambiance. We need to do better with hiding the barricades. You know, I was thinking about it, and someone said that they printed banners for the barricades. I can get us banners nicely printed for the barricades, and I'm going to see if I can get those donated. Handicap access is really key, and also having some easy way where the food delivery services have a short-term parking spot where they can run in, zip in, pick up, and leave. And likewise, a spot, like what I've noticed is a lack of pickup locations for Uber and Lyft. A lot of people are Uber and Lyfting and cabbing into and out of downtown, and people are double parked. And when you only have 2 lanes of traffic, double parking makes for a lot of congestion. So at this point, I am in favor of reopening First to Second, with the caveat that I hope you guys prove me wrong, and I hope that maybe we see enough revitalization to change my mind. But in talking to all the businesses right now, I don't think it's working between First and Second. Going to the other, which is should businesses be located in a pedestrian mall be allowed to construct parklets? I believe that they should. I also think we should continue to look at if we reopen between First and Second and restaurants want to have a parklet, I think we should make that available to them again as well. And maybe that's a compromise that will help the 2 to 4 businesses be able to continue to sustain that. And like Rich said, I think we should continue to look at if there are opportunities to widen the sidewalks and offer more outdoor dining, even though the street's opened.
Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I left out the answer to the second question. And obviously, from what I've said, you can guess that I'd be very much in favor of allowing folks between First and Second to construct parklets. And I would really like to look at the costs and see if there's any way that we can lower the costs of doing that and not cost the city a great deal of money.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I may, do you support allowing the businesses between Second and Third to have parklets as well?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm focused on First and Second right now. I think that's very important for the businesses, and people have begun to love it.
Sure.
I think the other thing is anything that we can do to revitalize that doesn't cost us a lot of money, we should be looking at. I don't know, and maybe you can share why we don't have a farmer's market downtown currently, but that's one question. The idea that came up of letting food trucks park, for example, between First and Second, I don't know if the restaurants would find that amenable, but it's definitely a question. And then things like that I've seen in other cities are an artist market or an art and wine fair type of thing, where we can actually generate some revenue and let people put booths in, and that also brings people out for the restaurants. So, thank you.
Well, I think what you've heard here tonight is what a lot of people, the diversity of opinion across San Mateo about the pedestrian mall. And I'm here tonight to hear that both of you said you love pedestrian malls, you'd love to make them successful, you'd love to make them successful in San Mateo. I've heard you say essentially the same thing. Rather than say, let's close between First and Second and prove me wrong, I'd rather have us say, let us do this. I think someone out in the audience said, or maybe several people said, we haven't given this much time. Councilmember Lorraine said the same thing. I think we all want to do everything we can to create this space. And I think rather than saying, let's close it down and then see if we can come back and do one-offs, two-offs, I think we should lean into it. Most of the restaurants in both blocks would like to be able to build parklets. I think we absolutely should enable both blocks to be able to do parklets. Maybe we can't do the big festivals on B, but we can do them somewhere else, or on Central Park, which is an amazing place. We absolutely need to get our B Street businesses help and assistance. And the Chamber, Eric, if you're still listening, has an amazing business assistance center. And I would love to work with the Chamber, and I'm sure we all would, to try and go out and do personal consultations with the small businesses who are having difficulty to say, here are things you can do. Here's how you can connect with other campaigns that are going on. Here's how you can work together. I think the DSMA has lots of great ideas too, and I'm hoping they're going to be able to announce their new executive director very soon, because that person, he or she, will be able to put a lot of energy into doing all this. I also think all of us should adopt a business. Go find a business, find particularly a non-restaurant business, and go adopt them. Get your shoes cleaned every day. Go get your nails painted every week. Whatever it is, adopt them, talk to them, find out what we can do. But I think we also need to look longer term, and I think that's something we're all agreeing on. When we talk about the general plan, we're talking about a vision for San Mateo where we are vital, we are diverse, we are economically vibrant. And I think this is also something to make us unique. We also hear all the time, Burlingame has lots of great retail, and Hillsdale Mall has taken all the big box stores, and Bridgepoint is over there. What do we have for downtown San Mateo? We have the pedestrian mall and making it something. And yes, we are known for our restaurants and our services. Don't say, oh, gee, we don't have retail. Let's lean into it. Let's make us the best restaurant and service business that we possibly can and help our retail businesses in the meantime. So let's make this our competitive advantage and really make us a true destination. People already talk about coming to San Mateo for restaurants. Let's have them talk about coming to the pedestrian mall because it's different than other places that have just, tables and chairs. And let's do that, but let's do better. And let's figure out however we can to make those parklets cheaper, or maybe by bundling people together, we can make it cheaper. I am not the expert on that. It won't happen overnight. It won't be cheap. Let's work with our schools, our cultural organizations, our businesses, our community groups, our neighborhood associations, our residents to come up with programming for B Street. I'm a marketer. This is all about creating content in my mind and then drawing people who might be interested. Regular Friday night jazz trios from San Mateo High or Aragon. We used the Aragon Jazz Trio last summer at the Baywood Neighborhood Association Social. It was hugely successful. The last couple of weeks ago when the Library Foundation did a poetry slam on B Street, that drew lots of students and their parents. I bet if you'd done a test, they would have dropped a lot of money after that. So let's do those kinds of things. The Chamber knows how to do this. The DSMA knows how to do it. The individual businesses could, and maybe we can get together and do some brainstorming with all of them. And if we have that vision that unites us, I firmly believe we can raise a lot of money. We've got a lot of people in San Mateo who have raised a lot of money for the schools, for nonprofits, during the pandemic, for the businesses. Let's get them together. Let's make this a competitive reason to have your commercial office space in San Mateo. We hear concern about all the commercial office space, but we're going to get a lot of office workers. Let's use this as a way to get them to want to come to San Mateo and spend their money and maybe even move here. Let's talk to the developers who are going to be developing all these new buildings that we're excited about but have concerns about. They're going to want to be new community members. I bet they'd love to find ways to invest in making B Street a unique property that will attract more people to their developments. So the solution in my eyes is to do more, not less. And as they mentioned at the library, a recent San Francisco Chronicle survey said that San Mateo was the third most desirable city to live in the Bay Area. But where we fell short was in cultural and entertainment options. So the pedestrian mall and strong content programming, I believe, is our answer to that. And we can do a lot of short-term stuff that will then get other people who are more professional to want to do that. And it will help us realize the vision of our general plan that San Mateo is a vibrant, livable, diverse, and healthy community. I believe it was a brave step for the previous council to launch the 2-block pedestrian mall. COVID got in the way. We all tried to do things. We all want to do more. So let's rev up our commitment again, get our economic, cultural, and community engines united and together. I think we should give the pedestrian mall, both blocks, another 2 years to develop a detailed plan and really get it going by the beginning of 2024. Let's do some short-term things this summer, and let's put our full attention on it and see what it can be. I think we're going to be pleased with what we see and excited to do more. And I believe I heard that from all the council in collaboration with all of the people who spoke and our community partners. And I believe we're up for the challenge. and excited to realize the vision for San Mateo. So specifically, yes, I want to keep everything closed, and yes, I believe we should enable parklets. But I think we can do a lot more than that. So, sir.
So keeping it open for 2 more years, when are we going to start with the construction?
We were hoping to be able to bid the construction within the next 4 months or so. So we would need to, so the one thing for consideration is, I'm hearing a lot that improvements are necessary. Moving forward with the construction of both blocks will cost roughly $1.2 million. It probably would be a lot more costly than $50,000 to reverse, to rip everything out and put everything back. So that is just one consideration, but it's certainly something, it's not impossible to reverse it in the future. It just, again, it becomes more costly.
It sounds to me like if we spend that kind of money to go ahead, 2 years from now, we're not going to tear it out if we're losing businesses on 2nd Street.
Well, I'm happy to keep it going. I was just saying a number to get people excited.
It would be a decision for the council. It's not unheard of for improvements to be reversed.
I just don't like wasting money.
Understood.
We do enough of that without trying. So what I would say is I don't hear anything definitive here tonight.
Can I ask if my comments have changed anybody's minds?
They were great comments, but you haven't changed my mind.
Fair enough.
And I agree with most of them.
Well, I think I'm pretty much on the bubble as is. I would be open to keeping both closed to cars and continuing to test, and maybe we can build this out in stages, I would imagine. So there's nothing that says we don't do, more of the development in between 2nd and 3rd, and then slower develop between 1st and 2nd, and see if the changes that we're putting in place don't benefit everyone enough to justify keeping both streets closed. Kathy's like, that's not an answer.
It would be really challenging for us to, so if we were to construct it in phases, the cost would be significantly higher. It's not impossible for us to do the furnishings separate from the bollards. It does possibly increase the cost somewhat, but the bollards are really the big ticket items. But they're also the most challenging right now, that's keeping it from being really operational for the businesses.
And if I could also say that a lot of people made comments about how the pedestrian mall right now doesn't look very good. We all know that, and Kathy knows that, and she's trying really hard to change that. And so I think just having something that is welcoming as opposed to, this is a place you should not come to because it's got plastic this and stay away that, will have a different feel.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay, I'm in.
Okay.
We'll keep both closed.
So we would love to have you with us, but
You're not going to give me
that's fine. That's fine. We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Because I talked to those businesses that were really concerned about their future.
And I think we have a commitment to those businesses.
I think that's the other key is really we have to help fund, and it's not just restaurants. Like there's so many shuttered storefronts on B Street that we have to figure out how to revitalize and bring people back. It can't just be food. Otherwise, we don't need 3 blocks of food.
Right.
So let me just say one more thing. And this is probably what's bringing me to that position. I was a union rep for 30 years. In my early training, I was told by one of the old timers, don't do anything in bargaining that kills the goose that lays the golden egg. In other words, don't cause too much distress to the employer because they may not be able to employ our members later. And that's kind of the feeling I got here, that we were causing maybe enough distress to these businesses that they may not survive. And then that has all kinds of down the road effects with people losing jobs, maybe being uprooted. So I'm looking at it from that direction.
Absolutely. And I think Councilmember Hedges, I think that's an incredibly important perspective to have. And I think we have an obligation, as I said, to work with the DSMA, work with the chamber, work with groups, to go in and figure out, how we help, and not just say, well.
Can I say just one more thing? You mentioned that as a council, we should all adopt a restaurant or a store. I think that's a great idea, but I think I want to encourage the public and everyone who's listening to this to do the same thing. If you want this to succeed, we have to have these restaurants full. We have to have people shopping downtown. And so if you are the people and a lot of you have come out and said we want to keep both blocks closed, help us do that. Help these companies and restaurants succeed by patronizing them regularly. Thanks.
So through the mayor, so I just want to clarify, I think we've got 3 to continue with keeping both blocks closed and proceed forward with the next stage of improvements to those blocks. There was also, looks like there was 4 heads nodding to allow for parklets on both of those blocks. I want to point out a trade-off to that, because it's important. One of the reasons why the B Street businesses, restaurants were not allowed to have parklets, they were instead allowed to have furniture that they could remove, was so they could remove it so events could be held. Sounds like that's less of a priority. So if they build the parklets, though, we need to be realistic that the ability to do certain things that have been mentioned up on the dais are no longer realistic because they will have parklets. These are not things that they're going to be able to pull up at a moment's notice. And so there's a trade-off there. So I just want to be clear that we're aware that if we're going to do the parklets similar to the rest of the city or similar to the rest of the downtown, that there is a trade-off there, which is the ability for us to have access to that right-of-way becomes more limited.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. So you have the direction you need?
If I could get to the chair. Yeah, I think that's a valuable trade-off. I think, again, if the businesses don't succeed, then we really don't have a very, very nice closed streets. So I think that the amount of events that we would have wouldn't be that significant to make them have to pull it up.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing for it one way or another. I just want to make sure that we go into this decision eyes wide open and we know what the trade-offs are.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Do you have what you need?
Good job.
Thank you very much. So would we like to take a quick break for 10 minutes? Okay? 10 minutes, please. the next item of business is an update and direction on flood relief fund. And Drew Corbett, our city manager, is going to make the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good evening, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is a brief update on the Winter Storm Relief Fund. Next slide, please. Thank you. So by way of background, in February, the council approved a winter storm disaster relief fund. There was a $150,000 city contribution that was made, and there were also private funds that were collected. Council opted to have Samaritan House administer this fund, and grants of up to $5,000 were available per household and business, depending on the amount of damage incurred. Next slide, please. So the application period was open from March the 22nd to April the 21st. There were 58 total applicants. 47 of them were eligible for funding. It's important to note that many of the ineligible applicants did receive alternative financial assistance from Samaritan House from different funding sources. So we were able to fund all 47 eligible applicants to the tune of nearly $180,000. So all told, there's $9,761 remaining in the fund. So that consists of the $150,000 city contribution plus the $56,156 in private contributions, minus the $178,395 in direct assistance that was provided, and then minus the $18,000 in administrative fees for Samaritan House. And because there's such a small amount remaining, staff does recommend that we return that $9,761 to the general fund. And then before I conclude my presentation, if we could go to the next slide, please. I just wanted to show our GIS team, along with our communications officer, Samantha Weigel, put together this heat map that showed where the funding went. So as you can see, people were able to be supported throughout the city with the storm relief fund. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from my fellow council members?
No, it was cut and dry.
Councilmember Newsom, do you have any questions? I have one question. I would love to get a copy of that slide, the heat map. Or could I get a copy? That's to make it a question.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Then I don't have any further questions. Public comment, Madam Clerk.
Anybody in person in the room who would like to provide public comment on item number 15, the flood relief program update? Please turn in your speaker slip now. Anyone online who wants to comment on this item number 15, please raise your hands now. Madam Deputy Mayor, I have no public comment.
Okay, then I close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion.
Thank you. I just want to note that I approve staff's recommendation to return the remainder to the general fund. I was moved by the heat map that we just saw. I think it shows, I mean, on the one hand, I suppose I appreciate that people from all over the city had an opportunity to get some relief, but it also shows how much of our city was impacted by the storms, these atmospheric rivers, and they will come again. And to me, it just indicates that we as a city are going to need to be doing what we can to prepare for the future and invest in infrastructure. I hope we have an opportunity to do that. I also want to thank Samaritan House and city staff and the council, the city manager, and to Mayor Amersley, who is unfortunately not with us tonight, but those who donated to help increase the size of the available funds. We ended up needing it.
I approve the staff recommendation and also agree with Adam and his comments.
I do as well. Approve the returning to the general fund and and share the concern as well that while it's great that we were able to support so many people throughout the city, it's also concerning that we had flooding through so much of the city. I do want to remind the city manager, I know that we're going to have a follow-up of actions and corrective actions to take based on the December 31st flooding. I do want to make sure we get that on the calendar. Thanks.
I would also like a copy of the map.
We will get the copy out. And if I could, through the mayor, address Councilmember Newsom's comment. So yes, we have met with the folks from the Marina Lagoon once. We have a follow-up meeting with them that we're shooting for later in the summer, midsummer. We are also meeting with different neighborhood groups. We have North Shoreview. We're looking to schedule for the week of June the 5th. We have the folks that are impacted by the Marina Lagoon watershed, tentatively looking at the week of June 19th. The folks that are in the San Mateo Creek watershed, we're looking at the week of July 10th. And then back with the Marina Lagoon Advisory Committee the week of July 17th. These are all tentative. We're trying to get these set up. And then we would return to council to ideally close the loop at the August council meeting.
I also approve staff recommendation to return the funds. Thank staff for all of their hard work. And as we saw, it's Public Works Week, so we have to thank all the people who are out there working so hard. I also would like to thank Mayor Lee and all the people who contributed to the fund that she began to expand the donations, because obviously they were very useful. And I think this is example number one for why we need to update our infrastructure. So there will be more on that to come. Thank you. Do you have what you need?
Thank you. We have what we need. Thank you.
Okay, then let's move on to the next item. This is now new business, a Climate Action Plan Annual Progress Report by Andrea Chow, our most amazing sustainability analyst. We are excited to hear what you have to say.
All right, good evening. My name is Andrea Chow. I'm the Sustainability Analyst with the City of San Mateo. And my presentation tonight will report out on the implementation of our Climate Action Plan. The city's Climate Action Plan was adopted in 2020 with implementation measures organized in the 9 categories shown on the slide. This plan is intended for multi-year implementation to work towards our 2030 emission reduction goal. To track CAP implementation, staff provides an annual update to the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission and also to City Council. I'm going to start this evening by highlighting the progress we've made in the Climate Action Plan categories, but first by providing an overview of the 2019 greenhouse gas emissions inventory that was developed as part of the Climate Action Plan technical update. The consultants developed a 2019 GHG inventory as opposed to a 2020 GHG inventory so that the impact of COVID-19 and the shelter-in-place orders would not skew the data. For similar reasons, 2021 was not selected, and then 2022 data was not yet available for this analysis. So from the pie graph, you can see that on-road transportation continues to be the majority of San Mateo's emissions, followed by energy use in buildings. A more detailed look at our community-wide emissions changing from 2005 to 2019 shows that the largest reduction occurred in the commercial and industrial built environment, with emissions decreasing by 50%. There was also a significant reduction of 30% of emissions from the residential built environment sector. Emissions from buildings have decreased since the baseline year due to a higher proportion of energy coming from renewable sources. PCE was introduced in 2017 and now provides a significant portion of San Mateo's power, and PG&E has also increased the portion of clean energy sources provided in its portfolio in recent years. This graph shows how the city has made significant progress towards the reduction targets, with the 2019 inventory showing how the city reduced emissions 22% below that 2005 baseline. We're now exceeding that 2020 goal of 15% below the 2005 baseline. This is a really exciting achievement showing what the implementation of the 2015 Climate Action Plan has achieved, but there is still a lot of work to be done to meet that 2030 goal. In the following slides, I'm going to take some time to talk about some key metrics and highlight things that have been done for the Climate Action Plan over the year, but know that attachment 2 goes into much greater detail of all of the implementation going on with the Climate Action Plan. For building electrification, I wanted to highlight that the city launched an induction cooktop loaner program where residents can get hands-on experience with a cooktop. And in 2022, there were 15 residents who borrowed the kits, and the program remains very popular. The City Council also adopted building electrification reach codes for both new construction and existing buildings, and permit data for new construction can be found on the slide and also in the report. I'll also note here that related to reach codes, on April 17th, 2023, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals invalidated the City of Berkeley's ordinance to prohibit new natural gas infrastructure. San Mateo and at least more than 50 other jurisdictions throughout California have used building reach codes to require all electric construction through building codes and through reach codes. So staff will continue to monitor developments in the law. For renewable energy, there were 384 permits for solar and over 3,000 kilowatts installed on residential buildings. And we also saw an increase in the number of battery storage being installed compared to previous years. For energy efficiency, the Bay Run program incentivizes energy efficiency upgrades through their Home Energy Score program, Building Professional Advisor Service, and also by providing rebates for single-family homeowners and multifamily building owners. And this past year, 44 homes participated in the single-family program and upgraded their homes with 101 individual measures. And these measures include things like insulation, air sealing, duct sealing or replacement, and heat pump equipment. For municipal energy efficiency, the Sustainable Solutions Turnkey Project was a partnership with PG&E to make major lighting and HVAC upgrades at city facilities. This project work was completed in 2020, and we continue to see our city facilities exceeding those energy savings targets in 2022 for both electricity and natural gas use, and the city continues to make efficiency improvements at our facilities. Related to clean transportation, there are now 31 ports available for the public at city-owned sites for EV charging. And in addition to the city's own charging stations, there are 136 electric vehicle charging ports. This extensive network of EV charging increases EV adoption in our community, and we could see that with the zero-emission vehicle sales increase in San Mateo County over the past year. We also have an active program that we're working on with Peninsula Clean Energy called the Public EV Fleets Program that started in 2022, where they are providing free technical assistance and project planning and funding to public agencies for EV and for electric vehicle purchases and charging infrastructure for fleets. The city received grant funding for the development of a citywide complete street plan. We're also excited that in 2021, 2.79 miles of bike facilities were constructed, and then in 2022, 3.63 miles of bike facilities were constructed. So the city of San Mateo has over 60 miles of bike facilities to offer. In 2022, the city began partnering with Okapi Reusables. This is a simple borrow and return cup service that you can borrow a stainless steel cup for hot drinks and glass tumblers for ice drinks from 4 participating cafes in downtown. This helps produce single-use cups. The community is able to take advantage of a variety of rebates to encourage water efficiency and conservation. The city partners with Bosca to issue rain barrel rebates, and we had a record year of rain barrel rebates issued with 82. And then we're also seeing increased water savings reported by Cal Water, also likely due to conservation programs. And this is my last slide about off-road equipment. We're still offering our electric leaf blower rebate program for both businesses and community members. 8 commercial businesses have participated so far. And our city parks continues to try to reduce reliance on leaf blowers in general, but also trying to use electric equipment when feasible. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have questions from the council?
Thank you, Andrea. You mentioned the city of Berkeley, and I wondered if you could perhaps elaborate a little bit on maybe the difference between how the city of Berkeley has pursued electrification versus the REACH codes that our city and others have implemented.
Sure. The City of Berkeley adopted a municipal ordinance that is located in their health and safety chapter. So using those particular powers to prohibit the extension of natural gas, whereas some cities, like the city of San Mateo, have adopted building code amendments, so amendments to the state building code to require all electric construction. So there is a difference in how the electric requirements were pursued by the different jurisdictions.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I can just chime in. So we are keeping an eye on that litigation to see if it gets further appealed to a larger panel in front of the Ninth Circuit or the U.S. Supreme Court. So there are some differences, as Andrea mentioned, but we're, again, keeping an eye on whether Berkeley appeals that determination by the Ninth Circuit.
Thank you. And Andrea, does the city plan to start a 2025 climate action plan update process next year?
There isn't a plan to start a 2025 climate action plan process, mainly because we're pursuing the 2024 technical update in coordination with our general plan update.
I see. So this tech update will stand in some ways for
that's the intent.
Previous cycle. Okay. So at what point do you think we might be able to target 2022 or 2023 emissions for an inventory?
That's a good question. I think I'll go back to our consultant team and see what they would recommend. So right now we have a 2019 inventory as our latest emissions inventory. So maybe we'd look at a 2023 and 25, I suppose. There's always a bit of a lag, unfortunately, with getting the data necessary.
Of course. No further questions. Thank you.
Questions over here?
Yes, I have one. Forgive me if you're not prepared for this, but I'm so much in favor of the REACH codes, but I'm concerned about some of our people that are already struggling in the city, the costs. And I know there's a tremendous amount of rebates, but do we have a policy when people come in to apply for permits, for instance, to convert to electric water heater or upgrade their electrical box? Do we have available someone that can explain to them each one of the agencies and where these rebates come from and how to apply for them?
So I've developed a web page as well as like physical handout materials that our staff can use to inform applicants about the available rebates and resources for home electrification. We also hosted a workshop at the main library just last week where 70. That's right. And what you attended, which hopefully helps spread the word about the available resources and rebates for electrifying.
I just know people that are working sometimes 2 jobs, their water heater goes out, and they haven't thought about it in the past. So it's so valuable to have that information available for them. Could I get copies of that?
Yeah, I can email them.
I actually may reproduce it and hand it out if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think we all would love that. Yeah. Did you make a video of that session at the library?
No, that was an in-person workshop that was not recorded, but we're definitely considering future workshops.
It was a very good workshop.
Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you for a great presentation. You know, my only real concern I mean, there's a lot of concerns, but I think one thing that I am concerned about is the growth and repair of our electrical infrastructure. You know, when we look at these dates, and as we move to having everyone move to electric vehicles, I was surprised to hear that we have 136, public ports and 31 city-owned. I didn't think it was that high for the city of San Mateo. I can't find them all, but I do see a big need for continuing to have more publicly available ports in the next 8 years, and of course, additionally, I think we need to keep doubling down with PG&E to continue to expand and grow our infrastructure. I think our HCD is telling us we're getting clean energy, which is great, but that last mile to our homes is where I see the concern. I think if we all start drawing 30 to 60% more electrical and we all stop using gas, which is obviously the goal, we need to make sure that we continue to grow our PG&E, and regrow our infrastructure. So that was the only comment I had. Great presentation. I also would be interested in having copies of the flyers to particularly give out for people for the electric blowers and the alternatives with battery storage and solar solutions. So thank you again for your presentation.
I actually have a suggestion, if it's appropriate at this time.
I have a couple questions, and then you can have a question. Okay, so first off, thank you, and to everybody who you have been working with on all this. At one of our prior council meetings, we agreed that we wanted to expand the electric leaf blower rebate program. Is the planning for that underway?
Yeah, I still need to do some analysis on how to expand the electric leaf blower program.
Okay, well, all of us can sign up to help you promote it when you do get there, so thank you very much. And I guess the other question from an awareness perspective, we've got greatly expanded EV charger capabilities, but I'm still finding most people don't know they exist. So any ideas about how to address that?
So there is a crowdsourced website that is available to anyone can go to plugshare.com to figure out where their closest
plugshare.com.
Where their closest EV charger is. So I definitely recommend that as a starting point. On our city parking page, we do highlight what our city-owned lots provide. So where the city's own EV charging is provided, that's on that website.
Is there any way, and the answer is probably no, for those great signs outside the garage that tell you how many parking spots are available, to have something on there that say there are 4 EV chargers available here, or I don't know.
I'll have to talk to colleagues to understand what the opportunity is there.
Yeah.
We do have some signage, like for example, the EV charging available at the Main Street garage is in the basement level. So we do have one sign kind of on the ground floor when you enter. That should lead you there. But I do imagine plugshare.com, it's also an app, is a great resource for drivers where they'll know where the charging station is located within the parking garage because there's that level of detail provided within the app.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, open for public comment.
Please raise your hand in the remote environment if you intend to comment. Bring me up your speaker slips if you do. Right now, it looks like we have 3 speakers. So our first speaker is Robert Whitehair, followed by David Hunt.
Deputy Mayor Nash, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to address the council tonight. I want to begin by congratulating the city for the very successful workshop last Tuesday. It was highly successful. It was attended by 65 very motivated people, an excellent measurable milestone, once again proving San Mateo's commitment to the elimination of greenhouse gases. If all 65 of those workshop attendees were to electrify their homes, that would be 1,200 tons of greenhouse gases eliminated every single year. By providing measurable greenhouse gas reduction goals, coupled with technical knowledge and recommendations for rebates, many thousands more San Mateo property owners could be encouraged through technical knowledge and planning support to eliminate fossil fuel burning water heaters, furnaces, stoves, cars, and dryers. Hundreds of thousands of tons of greenhouse gases will be eliminated every year. This would be the most positive action to stop global warming since formation of the Peninsula Clean Energy. How much time do I have? Was there? Sorry. Management guru Peter Drucker is credited with saying, "What gets measured gets managed." Greenhouse gases must be drastically reduced immediately, and a measurement of progress by residents and property owners must be clear and visible, reportable every single year. We need to create and track those milestones. On behalf of the 180-member San Mateo Climate Action Team, I respectfully request that the City of San Mateo accelerate its role in combating the climate crisis. Please take more bold action. In order for the Climate Action Plan to be an effective tool for meeting these targets, the city should measure, analyze, and report to the City Council each year actual yearly progress towards meeting the 2030 and 2045 greenhouse reduction goals. Measure, analyze, and report the annual impact of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's new rules on NOx emitting furnaces and water heaters. Analyze the impact of the city's newly adopted REACH codes, and create a roadmap that details how city residents and businesses will achieve its greenhouse gas emissions targets. I believe that all San Mateo residents are keenly interested in reducing fossil fuel emissions. Anything we can do in our organization to help, we're more than willing and able to do. We ask the council to measure that every single year so we have a running total of how much greenhouse gas reductions we're having. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is David Hunt.
Good evening. Thanks for having me back again. Just wanted to highlight that statistic that was shown of 50% of these greenhouse gas emissions coming from personal vehicles. As part of that, we should be supporting the best-selling electric vehicle in the nation, which is an e-bike. Outsells electric cars by a lot. The other upside is we all have charging infrastructure for it in our houses or apartments or businesses or wherever you go built in. It's just a standard 15-amp circuit that most of us have pretty easy access to. Additionally, the battery on an e-bike I rode here tonight is about 1% of the size of the smallest Tesla out there. They're just amazingly efficient, and they're a solution that can help us get that 50% number down, but we need to support the safe infrastructure to make that possible. That means supporting infrastructure that's safe for people from 8 to 80 years old. A lot of our infrastructure cited in this report are sharos, meaning a suggestion that we should share the road with huge multi-ton vehicles. They are not safe for kids. They're not safe for people that aren't comfortable riding in traffic. I rode here on one tonight. I do not let my 7-year-old ride on it. I do let him ride on our class 2 bike lanes that also are a little testy at times. But if we want people to get out there and utilize these vehicles and push that 50% number down, we got to keep supporting this infrastructure and making it safe for everyone from 8 years old to 80 years old to get out there and have an alternative to a car. Cars are part of the solution. Electric cars are part of the solution. They cannot be the entire solution. Let's get that infrastructure out there. Let's make a network that works. Let's push that 50% number down. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is remote Mike Swire. Please go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Vice Mayor and members of the council, and thanks to staff for putting on the presentation. Mike Swire, I'm a member of the San Mateo County Transportation Authority Citizen Advisory Committee, and I'm speaking on my own behalf, not part of the committee. I appreciate the look at climate, but unfortunately, as was just alluded to, I think there are some enormous shortcomings in terms of the view that you just got, as well as the action plan. Transportation makes up 60% of greenhouse gas emissions in San Mateo County as well as in the city. The focus of this plan is not on transportation, and as was just alluded to, really does not, one, we have not accomplished much if you look at the reduction numbers over the past 20 years, and two, there are very few plans in place to drastically address that, unlike We can't just bet on EVs. EVs are only about 10 to 15% of the fleet. There was just an article in the Wall Street Journal today that cars are lasting longer than ever. And with the cost of a new car at $50,000, we're never going to see the EV fleets replacing much in the near future. Keep in mind that vehicle miles traveled have increased. San Mateo County just widened the Highway 101, which is the highest driver of greenhouse gas emissions in the county. More cars on 101 means more cars on our city streets, more greenhouse gas emissions, more air pollution, especially in the low-income neighborhoods living adjacent to the highway, and more traffic violence for those living in that area. It'll also lead to the death spiral that's currently faced by Caltrain, which needs to compete with cars as a means to get to the city, etc. No amount of induction cooktops will be able to offset the incremental greenhouse gas emissions necessary to power these cars on our street. The council should follow the lead of the City of South San Francisco's council, which had the climate foresight and concern for equity to oppose additional highway expansions on the 101. In addition, I was really taken aback that the city is touting its additional 2 to 3 miles of bike lanes as a solution to the problem. There was no mention that just in last month, the city took action to remove the bike lanes that added 2+ miles of bike lanes around the San Mateo High School where my kids go. This is one, unconscionable from a climate perspective, and two, just somewhat duplicitous to claim, we've done all these great things, and by the way, we're also spending $250,000 to potentially rip out the bike lanes in the process. If you're really serious about this, keep the bike lanes in. There are several other projects that we can do in that area to improve safety for residents. We don't have to give more people free parking and further the use of cars in the neighborhood. I encourage you to focus on transportation, the largest source in the county. Let's make it safe for people to bike and walk. Don't take the bike lanes out next to the high school. Let's really attack the focus. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Michael Weinauer.
Good evening, members of the council. Hopefully you can hear me there.
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Patrice. I appreciate that. Just a friendly reminder that it's really easy to talk about all these high and lofty goals sitting comfortably in your house in Hillsborough, as the previous speaker frequently chimes in on. He's not a San Mateo resident, and it's easy when you're wealthy. The reality is that a lot of the lower income folks actually need parking and need to have their cars, and they need parking and things like that. So I echo Councilmember Newsom's concerns that absolutely we all want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and we want to move in that direction, but we can't just throw the switch, especially given PG&E's demonstrated absolute incompetence in this area, and the very real infrastructure costs around having to upgrade panels to support electric car charging and things like that. Remember the last guy that spoke about the e-bikes. The most expensive part about a car in its lifetime is its production. So if you have a gas car that's working okay, honestly, that's the greener thing than buying an electric vehicle. So let's be mindful of that, and let's do something that works for the entire community, not people outside San Mateo, and everyone in all socioeconomic strata. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. That's our last speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. I close public comment and bring it back to the council for discussion. Councilmember Hedges.
I believe I've brought this up once before. There are a number of homeowners associations, condominiums especially, that the electrical is usually hooked up for the garages on common electricity, and they will not stand more than one person charging their car at a time. So we need to find productive ways to change that. One of them is through putting in a number of electrical charges when the associations can afford it. But there is another cheaper way. We just completed negotiations with Longfellow, who's redoing their buildings from regular office to life science. And out of that, we were able to get access to 9 electrical chargers. We have a signed written agreement giving us access. I would suggest, if it's not already in code, that part of any new project that comes up of any size, especially office or retail, that part of the entitlements is that they have to let the public in off hours use the electrical chargers. That's our agreement with Longfellow. And I'd like to see the state do something like that too. It's not a cost to the owners. In fact, they could actually get a small profit off of it if they charge for the electricity, which they all do. So I think it's a way to move otherwise developments that aren't able to partake into if they're near one of those developments, have their residents use those chargers.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom, do you have any comments?
I don't really have any additional things to add at this time.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Councilmember Lorraine?
Thank you, Andrea, for your work. And thank you for the presentation tonight. I did feel, as I looked at the trend line, that it's a helpful reminder that San Mateo has been able to reduce its emissions on track with our goals to date, thanks in no small part to switching to greener electricity with Peninsula Clean Energy. But in order to keep moving forward, we're going to have to, of course, do what we can to leverage that cleaner electricity as well as we can. San Mateo has been a leader on REACH codes, and while I'm concerned about the Berkeley's decision, and thank you for tracking this, I'm confident that we are headed in the right direction with that. And as some folks mentioned in public comment tonight, the percentage of the pie related to transportation presents the next big challenge. And as people have noted, I think it's going to take everything. There's no silver bullet to do it. I think we need to be pushing on electric vehicle infrastructure and also finding ways for people to not necessarily take a car through our city. It does also happen to be Bike Month, and Bike to Work Day is coming up on Thursday, and I'm looking forward to going to Cognition in downtown with folks from Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition at 8 a.m. on Thursday to celebrate that and agree with our efforts to create a multimodal network that doesn't require a car is going to be an important piece of reducing our emissions, along with others efforts that have been mentioned. Looking forward to results from the tech update, especially if it ends up being kind of the next climate action plan update and future work to come in our city in the decarbonization plan. I frankly am looking forward to progress on composting and solid waste emissions coming from SB 1383 and the fact that multifamily housing will now be joining others in composting programs. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to support what Councilmember Lorraine just said. There's lots of work we have to do, but we need to also acknowledge the great work that's been done. So thank you to everyone in San Mateo, as well as the staff. And Andrea, thank you for your leadership. We look forward to continue to work with you, and anything we can do to encourage PCE, because every time I say, what about the 1-800 concierge service and making the one-stop shop, you've gone out of your own way to try and put together a sheet. I understand they're going to be doing even more. So the faster they can get to it, I would love San Mateo to be right in there with any pilot. Thank you.
I want to follow up too. Again, thank you again for putting that sheet together. I actually, if you would let me entertain it, have a question for Rosanna.
Please.
So Prasanna, could you tell us, without going into a ton of detail, the finer points of why Berkeley lost that case?
Well, it's a little complicated, but essentially Berkeley banned new natural gas infrastructure in new developments, and the California Restaurant Association sued the city of Berkeley, claiming preemption under federal law, under a federal statutory scheme that kind of had to do with like energy consumption by, we'll just call it appliances, like commercial and industrial appliances. And the Ninth Circuit ruled in favor of the CRA and against Berkeley. It's a bit of a complicated analysis, but I'll just kind of leave it at that. And then, that's why we're also keeping a close eye on the case, because, if Berkeley appeals the decision, which came from a federal court of appeals, so it's binding on California and a number of other states, if it gets appealed to a larger panel of judges in front of the Ninth Circuit, the decision could change. So we'll have to take a close look at that. Alternatively, it could get appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Small chance of the court taking a case, but if they do, then we'll have to take a look at that decision as well. So there's more to come, potentially.
Okay, I think that is it. Thank you so much. All right. So let us move on to our next item, which Denise Garcia, our management analyst, is going to present the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Framework. And so I'll leave that to you. I know this has been a long time coming.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and council members. My name is Denise Garcia, and I'm a management analyst in the City Manager's Office. And I'm here to present the city's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, also known as DEI, Strategic Framework. So first, let's begin with a background of our process. In January 2021, the City Council proposed forming a DEI task force as a City Council priority for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. After receiving guidance from City Council, staff formed the DEI task force and convened for the first time in January of 2022. Task force is comprised of representatives from local nonprofits and neighborhood associations and is intended to provide a diverse perspective representing hard-to-reach community members. At this meeting, the task force, they were concerned that the city did not have a unified strategic vision to guide DEI efforts. The task force first recommendation was for staff to develop a framework on how to incorporate DEI into city operations. So in April of 2022, City Council approved staff to develop a DEI strategic plan. Staff began researching equity-based plans adopted by other cities for inspiration and to learn best practices. Staff also conducted an informal bid process to find a consultant that understood our vision and could guide us in crafting a framework. So then staff hired Center for Consulting. From July 2022 to October 2022, staff formed the internal working group and followed a 3-step module process to develop the DEI strategic framework. The 3 modules included a vision statement, guiding principles, goals, and criteria for development and evaluation. From January to March of this year, the consultant used the content created from the modules and the feedback from the internal working group and the task force to develop the framework report. The final draft of the report was reviewed and approved by the internal working group in March and the task force in April. Before going in depth with the contents included in the framework, I'd like to start by sharing who was involved. Staff Staff hired a strategic planning consultant to help guide staff throughout this effort and to develop the framework report. Staff also formed an internal working group made up of 13 staff members, some from the DEI staff committee and some from key operational departments, including community development, parks and recreation, the library, public works, human resources, and police. It included staff from varying levels and positions of the organization, such as customer-facing staff, management staff, and senior staff. This group convened a total of 8 times, 7 from July to October, and once in March, to develop and review the framework. The external DEI task force met a total of 6 times to review and provide comments on the draft content of each module in the framework. Their feedback was incorporated at every stage of the framework development. Here are the 3 modules used to develop the DEI strategic framework. The first module focused on the creation of the vision statement, guiding principles, and goals. The vision statement is to center the city's aspirations. The guiding principles ensure the vision is maintained in the long run. The goals give targeted aims for staff to follow. This module was coupled with the demographic analysis of the community to better understand where our community is at in terms of age, race, languages spoken, income levels, and housing. The second module established criteria questions to apply a DEI lens to current and future planning of programs, policies, and projects. This is a tool for staff to ensure DEI considerations are in the forefront of any new initiatives. The third module established an evaluation criteria to measure the impact of any implemented program, project, or policy. This tool will help staff implement any new initiatives and measure their impact and assess their intended outcomes. The next few slides will better illustrate each of these items included in the modules. The first is the vision statement, which reads, "The City of San Mateo honors and welcomes diversity and is a place where all unique perspectives are heard and valued, a community of equitable opportunities and outcomes for all." Next, we have our guiding principles, and I'll read them. We place equity and inclusion at the forefront of all city services, policies, and programs. We cultivate a community of respect with an appreciation for diverse perspectives. We stand united against hate. We aspire to have full community engagement. We strive to ensure that all residents have an excellent quality of life. We both honor and acknowledge our past as we welcome new ideas and cultures. We prioritize the undoing of institutional racial oppression. Next, we have our goals, which read, institutionalize equity and racial justice into city policies, processes, and programs by improving accessibility and removing barriers. Empower diverse and inclusive perspectives by connecting, collaborating, and building trust with underserved communities. And lastly, proactively address inequity by undoing all forms of systemic or environmental bias, discrimination, and harassment which impact quality of life. Next, we have our criteria for implementation, and this was from the second module. This criteria ensures an equity lens is applied to all programs, projects, and policies. Some of the questions used in the criteria will help better understand the need and purpose, will ensure communities are not left out or not considered, will identify potential impacts and trade-offs, identify communication strategies for targeted and equitable outreach. Our last module, which was module 3, was for criteria for evaluation. This criteria will help provide the ability to capture, define, and quantify the impact of all initiatives. Questions used in this criteria are to determine if intended outcomes were met or if success was achieved, determine if there were any unintended consequences or unequal access or benefit, identify learnings from the implementation process, and recognize ways to improve, if at all, the process and outcomes. After receiving more information about the vision, principles, goals, criteria for implementation, and criteria for evaluation, staff would like City Council to make the following recommendation. If approved by City Council, staff will work to integrate the framework into the city's operations by working with Center for Consulting to facilitate discussions on how to implement the framework to new initiatives and initiatives underway. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take questions. And we also have our consultant, Myra, on the line, online, in case you have any specific strategic planning questions. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very, very much, Denise. Questions from council?
Thank you, Denise. I get the sense from the presentation that we may not know exactly how and how much the framework will be implemented in all future planning, but I was just curious if you or maybe Myra has a sense of how council might see these efforts adopted or included in future items. Might we get to see various goals or criteria referenced in related agenda item reports, for example? How might we get to see this in action?
That's a great question. Thank you. We haven't identified how the city council role in particularly with the strategic framework, but I will let Myra share a little bit more. I will let Kathy share a little bit more about the framework and the city council.
So really, we think one of the first and most important steps is for us to be working with every department to really evaluate the work that they're already doing and to see if there's changes they should make in how they're approaching things. So sort of starting with the evaluation, because a lot of work is already underway. And for sure, that is intended to have the outcome of that work brought back to City Council for discussion, for insight, and also just as reporting on our work forward with the strategic framework. And we expect there to be actionable items. So that is sort of the initial step of how we really thought council would be involved. If council is interested in having, the DEI lens highlighted in agenda reports, that is something that could be brought forward in the future for consideration. I know several options available.
Excellent. And maybe just to clarify, Kathy, were you perhaps referring to or alluding to the upcoming audit that I think was part of the presentation? There will be some audit to come as like part of how City Council will next likely interact.
Yeah, so we intend to continue working with our current consultant. So she helped us develop the framework, and now we're going to work with her to implement it and work with every department to sort of audit what they're doing and develop actionable recommendations, and that will be brought back to the City Council.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Hedges or Newsom? No? Okay.
Yeah, for a short time, I served on the task force, so I think I pretty well understand it. Stephen Chen replaced me when I came on the council.
So I guess that was going to be one of my questions. How did particularly with the external task force, how stable was the representation? Was there a lot of sort of in and out, and how did that impact their work or feedback?
From when I started being involved with the task force, it seemed quite stable. There were some very few that left or departed, but Kathy can speak to a little bit more about the stability of the consistency of the members.
So we've had in a couple of our neighborhood associations, including the position that Rich was in, we've had some significant turnover, but the majority of the positions, especially our nonprofit partners that are on, have been consistently on since the beginning. So we have had a lot of consistency throughout the development of this plan.
Thank you. And is there, and apologies for my not knowing this, is there a youth member of the task force, or how is that the representation?
So there is not currently youth representation on the task force. That is something that could be looked at in the future. You know, when it was formed, the council direction was to really look at our nonprofits that are very active in the community, our other public agency partners, such as our school districts, as well as our neighborhood associations. So it would be something to consider how to, most of the people that are on are representing sort of a broader group. So we have never appointed a person. We have always appointed, or the city council gave guidance on which types of organizations, and then we've gone to those organizations, for example, the chamber, and the chamber then appoints their own representative, which allows for more fluidity when for whatever reason, the representation needs to be adjusted.
That certainly makes sense. I guess I would just ask that be kept in the, on the list or as thought for going forward, because it is all about the future.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe I don't know if we have a youth advisory council or something where there's sort of a stable organization that we could draw from.
Take a thought. Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, well then let's open it up for public comment.
We are on item number 17, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Strategic Framework. I do not have any in-person speaker slips. If any of our remote attendees would like to speak to this item, please raise your hand now. Okay, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't believe we have any public comment.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll close public comment, bring it back to council for discussion. Comment?
I just want to say thanks again for a great presentation. I think that, something that we can look at as an amendment to this might be to try to get more diverse people on our boards and commissions. I feel as though, we could have a better representation. It's very hard to run for office because it's financially a burden to be able to do so. And where we can maybe overcome that is bringing people in from all walks of life for more of our commission and boards. And I think that might be a way to also make people more interested in running for office at some point in the future too.
I absolutely agree with Councilman Newsom. That is the way into understanding the city, serving on the council. So when you understand the city, how many people out there have no idea that we have a form of government that's not direct democracy with the city council, that we hire a city manager? It's a city manager form of government. I run into very well-educated people that have no idea actually how the city's organized. So this is a way to get diversity into the commissions and the boards and move them forward to the city council.
I'll just concur with my fellow council members and mention that I'm interested in adopting the framework. I thank you for the presentation, and I'm looking forward to the next steps. Thank you for your work.
And I agree with Councilmember Lorraine. City Clerk, do we need to take a vote since we're approving something?
I don't believe you've all assented, and it was approve a citywide diversity. There's no harm, no foul in taking a vote. I'll turn to Prasanna.
You could take a vote, that's fine.
Okay. Let's take a vote and make it official, yes. Since all the work went into it.
Let's call roll.
Motion second?
Oh, I'll second.
I'll motion.
I thought you already motioned.
You guys are trying to confuse me.
I doubt we could ever confuse you, Patrice.
Yeah. Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. Patrice? Do you?
Patrice,
Yes.
this next agenda item is so full that we can't load it. I couldn't load it at home, and I've got really good system.
All right. Let me, it's just taking too long to come up.
No, it just times out. It takes a long time.
Okay, it'd be good to let me know that ahead of time so I could have something ready for you. Let me see what we can do. Have you had, so you've not had an opportunity to review it?
I got it up one time at home. One time. But I've not been able to get it up on this laptop and again on my home computer. So I have reviewed it.
Have you?
Yeah, I read it over the weekend.
Can you use your microphones, please?
I read it over the weekend, but I have the same observation. It's not able to be opened.
Okay, but you have reviewed it.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to, Adam? Have you had an opportunity, Deputy Mayor? Okay, everybody has had an opportunity to review it, so
Right.
we can proceed with the item.
Yes.
I think we may need to get some people in the room. If you could, maybe we could take like a 3-minute break. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're back in session. And item number 18, 100 North Humboldt Street, property owner appeal of permanent relocation. And the presentation will be made by Christina Horsberger, who is our Director of Community Development Department. Thank you so much, Christina.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash. I'm Christina Horsberger, Director of the Community Development Department. By my side, I have Kristen Ayu. She is one of our code enforcement officers. I will be providing the presentation tonight, and I may be calling on Kristen to assist me from time to time. Following our presentation, we have Ling Nguyen behind us. He is one of our assistant city attorneys, and he'll be assisting with our question and answer portion and supporting the remainder of the discussion. Also remotely, we have Mike Titsworth, our building official, also to support with the discussion and question and answer portion of tonight's presentation and hearing. So as you mentioned, we will be discussing the property owner appeal of permanent tenant relocation benefits associated with 100 North Humboldt Street. So first for you, I have a presentation outline for what we're going to be discussing tonight. We do have a bit of a lengthy presentation because there's a lot of information to provide for you tonight. This has been ongoing for several months, and so there's been a lot of information that's been compiled and a lot of discussions that have taken place, and we want to make sure that we get all of the information presented tonight that you will need to have your discussion and deliberate. So first we'll provide a background, which includes a timeline of the case that's before you tonight. That will include the initial complaint and inspection that took place, some code information and background, as well as case information. Then we'll present for you the appeal that you're considering this evening, and we'll conclude with our conclusion, including some information about the continuing enforcement that's associated with this case, some clarification on what's before you and under consideration, and then we'll conclude with staff's recommendation for you. So we'll begin with the background. So we'll start with the timeline here. So the initial complaint came before the city on January 10th. We then began with our initial investigation on January 13th. We proceeded with the investigation until January 26th when we issued our first notice to vacate. We continued with our ongoing investigation while we had continued communications with the tenant and also with the landlord. We made some revisions to how we were handling the case, continued on to the time when we had an appeal. In the intervening time, we also issued a red tag on the property because we did find that the structure was unsafe to occupy. We continued to have ongoing discussions to date and prepared for this hearing tonight. In the intervening time, there were some permit applications and permits that were issued. We continued to try to attain compliance with the property owner and to have ongoing discussions with the property owner and to continue to proceed with enforcement on the case. So as I mentioned, the initial complaint came to us on January 10th of 2023. At the time, what was reported to us was that none of the 4 heaters that were located within the residence were in working order, and nor had they ever been in working order. The tenant informed us that the landlord had been informed that the roof was leaking and that that information had been reported over a year ago, and the landlord had put a tarp over it instead of repairing it. And the day before that, the ceiling within the kitchen of the residence had collapsed and nearly fell on one of the tenant's head. In a different portion of the residence, we heard a report that there was also leaks within the ceiling, and I believe that was in the hallway of the residence. We also had a report that there were rats entering the home through holes in the roof and ceiling, and that the tenant's husband had patched some of those holes in the ceiling over the time they had resided within that home. We also had a report that in the kitchen sink and in the shower, there was no hot water, and that although the tenants had made complaints to the landlord, that the water heater had been replaced at a time about a year prior, but that they still continued to have problems obtaining hot water through the plumbing in the kitchen and in one of the bathrooms. So just to give you a little bit of background on the code and the ordinance section that we are calling upon to investigate this case and what prompted us to go out there upon receiving this complaint. We have Chapter 7.50 of our San Mateo Municipal Code, property owner obligations with respect to tenants displaced from unsafe or substandard units. This ordinance was adopted in June of 2019 after receiving a lot of public attention and going back to council several times. This particular ordinance authorizes code enforcement to inspect and enforce conditions in rental properties to ensure that tenants are residing in habitable conditions. And it places the responsibility on landlords to take care of their properties to ensure that tenants are living in safe and habitable conditions. We have enacted this ordinance approximately 35 times since it was enacted in 2019. It does not enforce tenant-landlord matters such as occupancy, keeping of pets, or the landlord's right to inspect a property. It's mainly intended to protect tenants and to make sure that they have an avenue to make complaints to the city without fear of retaliation, of becoming unsheltered, or feeling like they're threatened by the landlord should they make a complaint to the city if they feel like they're living in uninhabitable conditions. This ordinance does not address any kind of tenant-landlord disputes or alleged breaches of lease agreements. So tenants are eligible for relocation benefits when they're displaced from their dwellings or rooms, when the city determines that it needs to enact code enforcement activities. So in other words, if we are called to inspect, we conduct an inspection, and we find that there is a violation that deems the residence or room uninhabitable or unsafe to occupy. So when there are violations that are deemed of a life safety or habitability issue, then that's when the tenants become eligible. And so the tenant household receives a notice from the property, receives a notice from the city, and we require that the tenant household be vacated, and then that begins our proceedings for the abatement period. So we do have some exceptions where the tenants would become ineligible for the benefits, and those are situations where the conditions were caused by the tenant's guests, or where those conditions were in existence prior to the tenant's taking place of the dwelling, and where the tenant knowingly took residence with the intention of receiving relocation benefits. Another situation would be where the tenant unreasonably prevented the property owner from undertaking the maintenance needed to make the repairs, or if they prevented the landlord from correcting the violation. And then another situation where there would be an exception would be if the violations were due to a natural disaster or some kind of situation that was out of the control of the landlord, and there was not a pre-existing condition that was caused by negligence of the property owner or landlord. And so those are the codes we were relying upon when we began our investigation following the complaint. So what we did is we conducted an inspection on January 13th, and following the inspection, we did some research, and during the period between January 10th and January 26th, we did a variety of investigative work. So that meant that we continued to have conversations with the tenants to investigate the property history, including looking at permit records, getting information about the property ownership, asking questions of the tenants about whether or not they had notified the landlord, how long the conditions had persisted, conferring internally about the scope and the extent of some of the conditions that we found at our initial inspection, and trying to make estimations about how long we thought it would take to make the necessary repairs to return the residents to a habitable condition. And that was important because we have two kinds of relocations, temporary and permanent, and the threshold is 90 days between when it goes from temporary to permanent. So if we have a situation where we think that the residents can be returned to a habitable condition in less than 90 days, then it's a temporary relocation, and that's a little bit of a different situation than something we think is extensive enough to take more than 90 days when it becomes permanent. And in this case, in reviewing all of the violations and the conditions of the residents, we thought it would take 90 days or more in order to return this residence to a habitable condition. And so we did determine it was a permanent relocation, and we proceeded with preparing a notice to vacate. We issued that notice on January 26th. So the initial inspection findings resulted in 22 code violations. Not all of them were life safety issues, but 8 of them were life safety issues. And here before you just shows you all 22 of them. And I will proceed with focusing on the ones that were deemed to be life safety, and the remainder of this presentation will really narrow in on those. But this just gives you an idea of what we found at our initial inspection of the property. And so the January 26th notice to vacate did include 8 life safety issues: visible mold on the walls and ceilings of the bathroom, one of the bathrooms and 2 bedrooms, lack of hot water reaching 110 degrees, lack of required heat in the dwelling, multiple electrical hazards, multiple ceiling and roof holes causing water leaks and damage throughout the residence, lack of required smoke detectors, rodents and pests in the dwelling, and termite damage. So after we provided the notice to vacate on January 26th, we did continue with our investigation. We heard from the property owner immediately when she received the vacation notice on the 26th. I received a phone call in my office late that afternoon, and January 26th through February 1st, we continued to have several conversations with the property owner and her attorney, and we did continue to make adjustments in our investigation during that time. So on January 30th, we conducted a follow-up inspection. On that day, we also ended up red tagging the residents. So we sent out our building inspection supervisor along with our code enforcement officer on the subsequent inspection, because in reviewing some of the photos, we could tell by looking at the photos that the roof appeared to be in pretty bad shape. And you could see just by looking at some of the images that it was my opinion that I wanted one of our inspectors to go out there in addition to our code enforcement officers, because I felt like they had some more technical expertise that I wanted to have out there on site. And I wanted a more in-depth inspection of the property given what I could see from the inspection photos. And so we did end up red tagging the property due to the hazardous condition of the roof. The holes in the ceiling, we could see that the roof had been covered in a tarp. We knew that a portion of it had collapsed in a room that was occupied by the residents of the house. And we also knew that there was extensive mold within the structure, which we know is a health condition or a possible threat to health. And so we did red tag it on January 30th. The landlord had conveyed to us that they wanted to submit some documents to us presenting their side of the case. And so initially, I think they were going to be submitting those to us on January 30th. They had requested a little more time, and we allowed them a little more time to get us those documents, and we received them on January 31st, and we did do a full review of those documents, and on February 1st, we provided a revised notice to vacate. One of the things that they had asked for is that we make an adjustment to the amount of the relocation payment, which we did. Initially, we had made it based on 4 bedrooms because the house was being used as a 4-bedroom house, but the legal records show that it was a 3-bedroom house. And so we adjusted it to a 3-bedroom, which brought the relocation payment down. We also adjusted the amount of life safety violations based on the follow-up inspection because we found that there were 2 more life safety violations at the follow-up inspection. And also, as we looked through the record, between January 26th and February 1st, we could see that the landlord had been to the residence in November prior to serving the eviction notice, which was something that was ongoing during this time. And we could also see very easily from the street, as I mentioned before, that the roof was in very poor condition, and we knew by the records and also by the January 30th inspection that the landlord lived nearby and could easily view the roof when approaching the property. So in terms of the revised notice, the life safety violations, as I mentioned, were added to inadequate light and ventilation and possible gas leaking from a kitchen appliance were added. Our inspectors, when they were there, smelled gas, and so we added that one, and there were some light and ventilation issues that were added. So on February 9th, the landlord did file an appeal of the tenant relocation payment, and that's what's before you tonight. February 13th through 24th, as we continued our discussions with the landlord and the city did offer to resolve the matter. One of the topics that came up for discussion was the possibility of reducing the amount of the relocation payment. The city did suggest that that was a discussion that could be had, and we did not receive a substantive response on that topic from the property owner, so we did move on from that subject matter. But we have continued to have various discussions on the case as we've moved forward with processing this appeal. And that brings us to the substance of the appeal, which is before you now. So the grounds for the appeal was a contestation of all 10 of the life safety items. What I've done here on this slide is I have in black the ones that we're going to be discussing tonight. The ones that are in gray are the ones that I think that there is probably a reasonable argument that the tenant maybe had some role in. And so it's reasonable to believe that things like the electrical hazards, the tenant may have had some role in, or that the landlord may not have seen. Some of those were tampered with electrical outlets, daisy chaining of cords. And in reviewing the appeal that was filed, I think it's reasonable to believe that the landlord may not have had knowledge of all of those things. Similarly, with the smoke detectors, I think there's some evidence in the documentation that it's possible the tenant may have tampered with some of the smoke detectors. And so the focus of what we're going to be discussing tonight is on the items that remain in black, and those are the items that I think are the most serious life safety items. They're the ones that, in my mind, and I think in the opinion of our staff as we move through this investigation, they're the most serious, and I think they're the most clear that it's documented in the record that it seems that the landlord did and should have had knowledge of. Number 5, I have underlined. That's the multiple ceiling and roof holes causing water leaks and damage throughout the dwelling. And I think it's the opinion of our professional staff that that is sort of the root cause of, and the underlying cause of several of the other life safety violations, because that is what allowed the moisture and the openings in the residence that paved the way for the mold and for the rodents to enter the building. And so they're not exactly in order. I'm going to go ahead and go in order, but number 5, I think is probably one of the more important ones. So we'll go ahead and start with mold and go in the order of the appeal. So visible mold on walls and ceilings of the bathroom and 2 bedrooms. The appeal contends that tenants caused the mold at the premises by failing to keep it clean and conceal these conditions from the owner, and that the mold was caused by not cleaning, altering walls and cabinetry, punching holes in walls and doors, having food in the bedrooms, keeping windows and doors shut and covered, and not notifying her of the mold. And staff's response is that we're not talking about food mold or mold associated with dirt in this circumstance. We're also not talking about mold that was in the living room or dining room or in areas where cabinetry or temporary walls or punched walls were located. We're talking about mold that was found in one of the bathrooms and 2 of the bedrooms. It was mainly in the walls and ceilings of closets. There were operational windows in these rooms. It was around bathroom fixtures. There were also fans located in these rooms. The mold was located in rooms where there was visible water damage on the ceilings. And some of it was corresponding with where you could see the damage on the roof from the exterior of the home. In staff's experience, the kind of mold that we saw visibly in these rooms of the house is caused by water intrusion and moisture issues. It has nothing to do with cleanliness or food or how someone is keeping their house. The documents that show that the landlord knew of the roof and ceiling issues, we have text messages going back to October of 2022 showing that there were communications between the landlord and the tenants that there were leaking roofs. The mold report prepared after the re-roof was completed in February do recommend that the water damage issues throughout the residence needed to be fixed in order to deal with the mold issues. We also have landlord photos predating January 13th showing that there was access to the entire house, including the bedrooms and the bathrooms, where the mold was visible, as was the water damage. And so here we have some images from our January 13th inspection that shows the window sills in the bedroom where you can easily see water damage and mildew in the conditions of the window sills and window frames. This is one of the closets in one of the bedrooms where you can easily see the mold on the ceiling and the walls. Here we see the bathroom that has the mold. You can see it around the window frame, windowsill, the towel rack. You can see it around the toilet, around all the shower tiles, the floor. Here you can see the water damage in the ceiling over the shower. In the photo on the left, that's not near the shower, but you can see the mold starting on the ceiling and the walls and all around the windows. Here in this bedroom, you can see the water damage all around the ceiling and the perimeter of the molding around the ceiling. That's all water damage there. You can see the tenants had a fan in there to circulate air. This is not a dark covered window. It's a functional window with a light window covering. Here we see 2 photos of the roof. One is the kitchen area where the ceiling collapsed near the tenant. That's the one on the left. You can also see to the left of where it was covered over, more ceiling damage, more roof damage, where the roof is quite deteriorated. You can see above that on the upper floor where the roof is in poor condition. And in the photo on the right, you can see where the roof appears quite tattered and deteriorated. These are the landlord's photos from January 10th and 13th. These were submitted in the landlord's documentation packet. And the reason they're provided here is because part of the appeal claims that the landlord had no access to some of these rooms in the house. And these are the rooms where the visible mold was located. And so I thought it was important to show that these rooms were accessed by the landlord. This is the bathroom with the mold and 2 of the bedrooms with the mold. These are some of the text messages that we have in the record. The one on the left is from October 12th, 2022, between the tenants and the landlord. This one on the left says, contractor will be over to look at the roof. It's from October 12th, and so it is indicating that there was some knowledge that there was an issue with the roof back in 2022. The one in the middle is submitted by the landlord January 1st, 2023, before the ceiling in the kitchen collapsed. It's again talking about the roof leaking. It's from the tenant. She's saying it's been 2 years and you still haven't fixed it. There's been a leak in the ceiling by the hallway leading to the upstairs room. About the window, my grandma had to pay for some of the times when it was fixed. And so you have these all in your packets, but I thought it was important to show it also on the slides. January 9th, another exchange of text messages. The photo is the kitchen where the ceiling collapsed into the kitchen. And then we have a text messages talking again between the tenant and the landlord and alluding to the fact, the tenant is alluding to the fact that she believes the landlord knew of the leaking roof before and covered it with a tarp and didn't do anything about it. Here we have a roof estimate from the landlord from October of 2022, which again would indicate that the landlord in October of 2022 had some idea that there was trouble with the roof. And so that brings us to the next item in the appeal, lack of hot water reaching 110 degrees. 110 degrees is the temperature needed for it to be considered hot water, the temperature needed for habitability. So the appeal claims there was no hot water issues, nor did the tenants ever inform the owner of such an issue. In May 22, tenants reported the hot water heater, or the water heater needed repair and the landlord replaced it. Tenants did not report any need for further repairs. Staff's response to this is the tenant complained to us on January 10th, 2023, there was no hot water in the kitchen and one of the bathrooms. At staff's January 13th, 2023 inspection, water in the kitchen and one of the bathrooms was well below the minimum required temperature of 110 degrees. The landlord reported to me on January 26th that the water heater had been replaced. She reported that to me during the phone call that we had when she received the notice to vacate. And I replied to her that we did not have a permit on record for any replacement of a water heater. I also conveyed to her at that time that the tenants were still reporting to us that there was no hot water. And so we went on to discuss the number of bedrooms and some of the adjustments she wanted to see in the notice to vacate. At our follow-up inspection on January 30th, we could see that the water heater from May of 2022 still remained in place. And finally, on March 16th, we did see a water heater permit, and that was to legalize the May 2022 water heater installation. So the water heater was not actually replaced in January. It was possibly repaired or worked on, but it never was functional. And I believe that's because the work was not properly done. In May of '22, when it was initially installed, it was installed without permits. And it did fail an initial inspection when it was eventually permitted, so that would indicate that it was never properly installed. So these are images from our January 13th, 2023 inspection, and you can see the water in the shower reaches a maximum temperature of 66 degrees, which is pretty cold, and the kitchen sink hot water tap reaches 60 degrees. This brings us to our next item, lack of required heat in the dwelling. The appeal contends that the tenants never notified the owner about lack of heat, and the tenants had full possession of the residence and never notified the owner. Staff's response would be that tenants reported no working heaters at their initial complaint on January 10th. At that time, when staff went out there, they confirmed that there were no working heaters, and this was again confirmed at the January 30th inspection. The ambient temperature within the home was 60 to 64 degrees, depending on where staff was standing when they took the temperature. Staff also observed several space heaters throughout the residence, and some of the landlord submitted photos also showed space heaters throughout the residence. And so this shows the temperature check, 60 and 64 degrees, and some of the space heaters. And then this brings us to the roof and ceiling issue. Multiple ceiling and roof holes causing water leaks and damage throughout the dwelling. So the appeal contends the landlord is not liable for water leaking in because extreme weather events of December 2022 and January 2023 were to blame. Walls erected by the tenants were the causes of the roof defects and leaks, and the tenant failed to notify the landlord of these conditions until January of 2023. Staff's response is that the extreme weather exception applies when damage results solely from a natural event outside the control of the property owner, when the property owner demonstrates that such damage was not caused by the acts or the negligence of the property owner or by a pre-existing condition in the building in violation of applicable building, housing, fire, or other health and safety codes. Documentation in the record in this circumstance demonstrates the roof and ceiling conditions with holes inside and out were in violation of several code sections well before the extreme weather events of December 2022 and January 2023, and the owner was made aware of such conditions. The record also demonstrates the walls erected by the tenants in the dining and living rooms do not correspond with the locations of the most excessive roof and ceiling disrepair, which are mainly along the roof joints, roof perimeter, over the kitchen, and above the upper floor. The record further demonstrates that such conditions were visible from the street and from interior inspections conducted by the property owner. And so again, I have the photo showing the water damage, which is clearly visible in the bedrooms. And we know that the landlord was in these bedrooms. Staff easily was able to view these upon entering the residence. January 30th, we see the roof damage is easily visible. This is following the storms, but it was also visible prior. We see extreme roof deterioration here, also on January 30th. This is a photo submitted by the tenant showing the condition on the interior of the property. This is the ceiling. Here we have a landlord photo that shows the condition of the roof prior to tenant occupancy. And even in this photo here, you can see where the roof is warped and deteriorating around the edge over the porch. And so I would note that this is a 30-year roof, and our permit records show it was last replaced in 1986. So if this roof was well treated and even in the best of circumstances, it would have been due for replacement sometime around 2016. Here we have some street views from Google from 2019. You can see the roof is deteriorating and warped back in 2019. You can see gaps between the roof material and the gutters and the perimeter of the exterior walls in the upper photo. You can see deterioration around the roof joint. You can see where patches have been made, and you can see that the roof is deteriorating here. So this brings us to the next item, rodents and pests in the dwelling. The appeal contends that the tenant's failure to clean and maintain the premises caused the infestation of rodents and pests, that the tenants took occupancy without rodents and pests and therefore caused the infestation by living in squalor, eating in bedrooms, and leaving half-eaten food in them. Staff's response: the residence has several exterior openings which in staff's experience are known pathways to pest infestations. It's confirmed that food appears to have been kept and consumed in bedrooms. There's refrigerators, there's food in some of the photos. We can see that. That in and of itself doesn't cause pest infestations, although it may exacerbate and prolong a pest infestation. It's not necessarily a cause. And so these are some of the photos from January 13th. We can see insect damage on a window frame. We see rat traps near the heater inside the residence. Again, the holes in the roof, the gapes between the roof material and the walls, those are all known entryways, especially for rats. I've dealt with rat infestations in apartment buildings and other structures in my own experience as in code enforcement in my years in community development, and that is a known entryway for rats, and so that could be a possible source for rodent entry. January 13th, we see more openings in the residence. We know that there was holes in the ceiling that had been patched in the hallway and in the kitchen. We also see here where there was some electrical work done. The electrical work was not patched up, leaving holes in the exterior of the house and the interior. So this is a hole that goes from the outside to the inside, and this work was completed in 2019. So this hole has been in the house for several years, leading from the outside to the inside, also providing a potential entryway for pests. So this brings us to our conclusion. The city continues to conduct enforcement action. We did provide a final notice to abate a public nuisance on April 17th after having granted several abatement extensions and requests for the mold report and requests to inspect. We did finally receive the mold report on April 21st of 2023. After requesting it many times, the mold report did state that all remediation activities should be conducted under pneumatic isolation from the rest of the residence. The rooms to be remediated should be enclosed to prevent dispersion of mold spores to unaffected areas of the residence. This isolation can be accomplished by the use of airtight enclosures in affected areas of the residence and by maintaining the affected areas under negative air pressure in relation to the rest of the residence. And so these are some photos that we took on May 5th, 2023, when we were granted the access to inspect the residence after several requests. And so it's not following the recommendations in the mold report to do the proper sealing. And this work was also being conducted without a permit. And so we did issue a stop work notice on May 9th. Some of the work may generate additional life safety hazards and would require additional oversight, such as the remediation recommendations that I just read to you. Also, due to the age of the structure, it was constructed in 1940, and that often requires special considerations to make sure that if there's lead or asbestos in the building, that that's properly handled. And sometimes there's oversight that's needed from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and in this case, the permits weren't procured. And so there was no opportunity to ensure that that happened for the work that's been done so far. And so the violations continue unabated. Some permits have been issued, some have been applied for, some have not. And so we're continuing to work with the property owner to try to get the violations that continue abated, to try to get this residence restored to habitable conditions, and to try to do it in the safest manner possible. And so I also wanted to provide just some notes for clarity and some notes about consistency with how the city has handled some of these cases in the past. And so for clarity's sake, I just wanted to make sure for the record that it's clear that even one life safety issue that renders a residence uninhabitable is cause for a relocation benefit to make sure that a tenant is relocated at an owner's expense if they qualify for the relocation benefit. So if none of those exceptions apply that we went over in the earlier slide, and the tenant is eligible for the relocation cost, it just takes one of the life safety issues. And so you guys saw one not too long ago for mold. The mold in and of itself would be cause to grant the benefit. The roof in and of itself would be cause to grant the benefit. So I just want to make sure that that piece is clear. And it has been the city's practice to grant the benefit when a life safety condition does exist. And we have granted the full benefit in the past. And that has been our current practice. We do have several other tenant relocation cases pending right now. We've seen what I will say is an extra lot of them lately. We've definitely seen an uptick in them lately. I would also just say that the tenant has already received their full relocation benefit. So at this point, what we're discussing is reimbursement to the city. So the tenant has been relocated. They were relocated a few months ago, and the money that's due now is due to the city, not the tenant. And staff's recommendation would be to deny the appeal and direct the landlord to reimburse the city for the full amount of the tenant relocation. That amount is $12,736, which is the equivalent of the HUD rate for San Mateo County for 3 months' rent plus $1,000 in moving expenses. And that concludes staff's presentation. And we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Horsberger, for a long and detailed, comprehensive presentation.
It was long.
Yes. Questions from my fellow council members who would like to start? Councilmember Hedges?
I was wondering if we're going to hear from the appellant.
After questions.
Councilmember Newsom?
I was just curious, and I think, Kathy, you answered some of these questions for me before the meeting, but just to clarify them out loud. This tenant was already in the process of being evicted and then came forward and made claims of these issues. But besides the text messages, we don't have any real record showing that any of these problems were documented or made aware to the landlord before October of 2022. Is that accurate?
We have the text messages, and then I would also say that we have the photo records. And the photo records to our professional staff.
Of the roof, but nothing of the inside of the building. Is that?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Do we know the date that the appellant had noticed the tenant to evict?
I believe it was November 17th, 2022.
And they came forward January 10th to us?
January 10th, which was the day after the ceiling collapse.
Any other questions for now?
No, that's it.
Councilmember Lloyd?
I do have one more question. So had we not did a notice of eviction, they would have been gone. The city gave a notice of eviction.
I think you mean the notice to vacate?
Yeah, vacate. They would have been gone, right?
At some point, they.
What was the length of the eviction notice? Was it 30, 60, 90 days?
I believe it was 60 days.
Okay.
Thank you, Christina. Did you or someone in code enforcement contact the owner or landlord in the period between the tenant's report on January 10th and issuing a notice to vacate?
We did not we didn't contact them during the initial part of the investigation, but we did talk to them after the initial notice and before the revised notice.
And so can you maybe explain whether that's common or why code enforcement wouldn't reach out to the landlord in that period, like before issuing the initial notice to vacate, for example?
Sure. So the notice to vacate is sort of the reach out for that initial conversation. It starts the 10-day appeal period and it starts the conversation. We did have conversations with the tenant in which they reported to us that they had had conversations with the landlord. And when we went out there, we could see, I mean, to us, it was very visible from the street. And we also, we can't disclose it on the public record, but we also knew that the landlord lived very close by and could also easily view the property from the street. It's a corner property and it's visible from 2 street frontages. And to our eyes, it was very obvious by looking at the property, the kind of condition it was in. The roof and the exterior holes and things that were in it. And so although you could not see the mold, actually the tenant didn't report the mold to us. That was something we saw on the inside. But some of the things on the outside, in particular the roof, the roof was the thing that we thought was pretty evident and that an average person could look at and be able to see. And so a property owner who was caring for maintaining their property, I would think that they would be able to notice that.
Okay, thank you. Earlier in the presentation, when we went over the Muni Code, there were a few potential exceptions to making a relocation payment and asking the landlord to fulfill that payment. One of them involved unreasonably, if a tenant were found to be unreasonably preventing the landlord from making repairs. In your judgment, if I recall correctly, in the judgment of the director, could failing to report issues, if a tenant failed to report some of these issues to the landlord in a timely manner, would that be considered, in your judgment, unreasonably preventing the landlord from making repairs?
I think it might depend on the situation. I think landlords, through their lease agreements, have the ability to set up provisions so that they can access their property, and it's up to them to figure out how they negotiate that and how they set that up so that they're able to maintain their properties. The city doesn't get involved in those negotiations or in those agreements, but I mean, as a property owner myself, if I'm gonna lease out my property, I'm gonna ensure that I have access to my property. And so when I think about what's reasonable, you know, I would hope that a landlord would take some time to make sure that they had assurance that they could access their property. And so when I think about what's unreasonable, I would say if a tenant was hiding something from her. And I know that that's what the appeal claims. But at the same time, the landlord is submitting to us photos of the interior of the property in almost every room. And there's text messages going back, not just these ones from recently that talk about the roof, but there are also messages going back to a time when there was a property appraisal that was a while ago that talk about other things that were happening inside the house. And they talk about partition walls and railings and smoke detectors. And the implication is that the landlord was entering and exiting the property pretty regularly. And there's also some talk about other repairs that were made by the landlord, window replacements. There's the water heater in 2022. And so if you look at the totality of the record, it seems clear that the landlord did have access to this property. And so if the landlord did have access to the property over all of that time, then it's difficult to believe that she was unable to see any of this. There's also some correspondence in there. We talked about the electrical service panel upgrade that happened in 2019. There's some correspondence with the electrician at that time where he talks about some of the work that had been done in the house. And there's also some correspondence in there where the landlord provided materials and allowed the tenants to do some work that we don't have a permit record for, but she bought materials for them to do some upgrades in the house. And so it seems evident that she did have access to the interior of that house. What the condition was at each of those times, I don't know. And so I think it's reasonable to believe that she did have some knowledge.
I appreciate a note that you had in a previous slide about some clarifying remarks right toward the end, one of which indicated that even if one of these life-threatening life-threatening issues with the property were found to be the responsibility of the property owner and others were not for some reason, or perhaps it was a mix of responsibilities, that would be sufficient to require a full tenant relocation payment. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Just one moment. I want to see if I have any other questions. No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Sure.
Just a couple follow-up questions. I did speak a little with Gina Papan over this past weekend, and so I got a little bit of her input. We've also gotten several emails from different people. I don't know how they all kind of fall into who they all are, but one of them mentioned that the heat upstairs was turned off by choice, not by design, meaning that it was functioning. But then I saw you took readings from those heaters. Were those heaters turned on and not putting out heat, or were you just taking a zap with the laser to see what it was at the time?
So we do turn on the heat and it wasn't functioning at all. And we do give it some time to try to heat up the house. Same with the hot water. We do give it some time to run within reason, of course.
Awesome. I don't know where, I'm pretty sure it was in emails mentioned that there were unpermitted doors and temporary walls that were installed. Did you witness any of that? And I didn't see any pictures showing that from.
Yeah, so there were signs of a wall that was built in the living room, but it wasn't there when we did the inspection. But you can see on the ceiling where there might have been a partition wall or something built. There was a new window that was installed without permits. We can clearly see that and make that determination because it looked newer.
See it in the picture.
Yeah.
And do you have any idea of how many occupants were in the building, and were they all on lease? Meaning, was it known that there was 6 occupants and there were 6 occupants, or do we believe that there could have been 12 occupants? I mean, do we have any?
When we conducted the inspection, not everyone was there, and then we got the word from the tenant, and then from the owner. So we don't really have a specific count that I know of.
Nolan, Assistant City Attorney. The lease agreement with the landlord and the tenants shows 10 people on the lease, not including children who are allowed. This is for a 3-bedroom house.
Thank you. That's all the additional questions I have for now.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, since we are assuming she should have known from all the conditions you enumerated, it sounds to me like from what you've said that somebody put up walls in the house that weren't there prior to taking tenancy. Is that correct?
To our knowledge, there was a partition wall that was put up in the living room, dining room area. It was put up and taken down.
And do we know why that was done?
No.
Usually when people put up walls, it's to add space for other people. But we don't really know that here.
For sleeping, that would be my guess.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
I think one of the photos shows a bed there in the living room.
I think a lot of my questions will come after I hear the appeal directly, but, I should also say that I have been to the property. I went out to walk around it to see myself. I am acquainted with Ms. Pierce and Ms. Papan. And as Councilmember Newsom said, we've all received lots of emails from them. So just in the interest of transparency, I forget, there was a letter from, I believe, the Ms. Papan that talked about why the tenants were given a notice of eviction. Can you help me remember why that was?
I think Kristen's bringing it up, but I know it said something about pets. They had dogs damaging the floors. They were entering through a window. One of them was about the walls, more people. Yeah. And they were operating, she said they were operating a business.
And then the police reports, I believe.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. And basically what I'm hearing right now is the landlord said this, the tenant said that, and there are some photos that demonstrate that obviously there's some really bad photos. but don't necessarily say how those conditions arose. So that's really what the question is between what you're saying and the appeal. Is that correct?
Well, I would say maybe with the exception of the roof. I mean, it was last replaced in 1986, so I think that you could say age and wear and tear. It's a 30-year roof, and so in the best of conditions, that roof would last 30 years, and it's been 37 years. So I would say that probably you could surmise that it's just long past its shelf life.
Okay, so basically the core is the roof.
In my opinion, I would say that the core is the roof, and the roof allowed, the deterioration of the roof paved the way for the entry of the moisture, and the deterioration of the roof in and of itself, it led to the holes in the ceiling, and so that's moisture, and it probably provided access for little critters to get into the house. So those are two of the issues that sort of stem from it.
Remembering, and there are a lot of photos, so I may not be, but I seem to recall that there were 2 roof repairs. There was the first one, which was the earlier one, and I forget when that was more of a standard roof repair, mitigating. And then there was the second one, which was the tarp, which I've been told is also sort of a standard interim process.
I think it depends how interim you're talking about. And so we saw a roof estimate from October. I wouldn't consider a tarp to be an interim measure from October all the way till January, when you have a roof in that kind of a condition where the ceiling was actually caving in. And so that's a pretty extreme level of deterioration.
Okay. And then the last question for right now, you said on one of the slides that there had been some overture about saying, okay, maybe there's negotiation about the amount, but there was no response. And when you said that, I was looking over at the lawyer and the appellant, and I saw them shaking their heads. So at whatever the appropriate time, I would like to hear more about that particular conversation. So those are my questions for now. Oh, okay, I think.
Deputy Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
That relates to conversations I had with appellant's counsel in a meeting and in an email. I was authorized to engage in conversations and communicate that the city would consider potentially reducing the amount. I didn't receive a response to that. So that was the basis of that statement in the slide.
Okay.
Do we know when the tarp went up?
No, I don't know when it went up.
Just a life lesson for me is that we spent over $1 million roofing 31 buildings. My neighbor bought a new skylight, and we have these roofers under contract. And it started leaking profusely, and our maintenance guys put stuff over it, tarp over it to stop it from leaking. But it took 2 or 3 weeks for the roofing company, and we have them under contract to get out. So I guess what I'm asking, do you know if in this period of time there was actually somebody available to do a small job like that?
No, we don't know who was or wasn't available. All we know is that the landlord got the bid in October of 2022, and the ceiling collapsed in January.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm sorry, were you going to
Because
say
Marion's been in this community long before I came here in 1970. So they're a very reputable business.
Sorry, if I may add, she did apply for the re-roof permit on February 7th. That was several days after the notice to vacate, which I believe was on the 1st. And so she was able to get the permit on February 7th, and it was finalized with complete inspections on February 17th. So after the notice was sent out, she was able to get a re-roof contractor out there pretty quickly.
Did they put a new roof on it?
Yes, they did.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So we're going to follow the following steps for the presentation. The first step will be the appellant presentation, which is 15 minutes. Then there will be an invitation for any individual speakers who will have 3 minutes or less per the rules. And City Clerk, I will look to you for direction when we get to that. Then there will be an appellant landlord rebuttal of 5 minutes. And then if there's someone to okay, then I guess that's the process. Any clarification, City Clerk?
Sure, thank you, Deputy Mayor. We have completed the staff presentation portion and the initial questions of staff. Now is the time when we are opening the actual public hearing. The first presentation is the appellant presentation. She has 15 minutes. Then we do not have a tenant presentation. Then we go to individual speakers, and then the appellant has a 5-minute rebuttal opportunity. And I'll go ahead and start the timer when you're ready.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Nash, honorable council members, my name is Gina Papan, and I am representing the owner, Trina Pierce. I'd like to just take off the top here, negotiations with the city's attorney. We had asked for information they had from the tenant. It was not received until about a week and a half ago. There is no way for any reasonable attorney to discuss settlement unless you have all the information before you. We did not receive that. There was never an offer made. So I want to be clear with that. Absolutely heartbreaking. The pictures you saw here. It's heartbreaking for the owner to see what the tenants did to her mother's home. She grew up in that house. It's the home that a single mother of 2, a woman who worked 35 years, it's the home she could buy only in the red line district of San Mateo. This is a generational wealth. She cares deeply about this home, and she never, ever would have allowed this to happen had she known. She did not know. The property looks bad because the tenants made it so. The tenants did not care about the property, and that is why there was a notice to evict. They already had the notice to evict. The tenants were retaliating against the owner because of the notice to evict. They destroyed the property. They then sought out code enforcement, and they demanded relocation costs for conditions they caused. Tenants weaponized code enforcement. They used them to game the system. The notice to vacate should have been a red flag to the city. It was definitive proof that these tenants were bad actors. They needed to leave. But code enforcement didn't talk to the owner. The tenants violated state law, making the property uninhabitable and concealing the conditions. Tenants cannot receive relocation costs because the tenants caused the damages. They concealed them from the owners. That is, according to your code, unreasonably preventing the owner from doing repairs. The tenants are retaliating against the owner who gave them a notice to vacate. Tenants made the home uninhabitable, to exploit the system, to allow relocation costs to the tenants who destroyed property sets a terrible precedent. The city is now saying, come on, rent in San Mateo. Even if you get a notice to evict, you can just destroy the property and get relocation costs. This is a message that's being sent right now because staff never determined liability. They issued that check on February 2nd before looking into liability. I'm going to go over the items here. It would have been nice to know which ones they were going to pursue tonight, but we weren't given that benefit. Your staff took 40 minutes to discuss this. We get 15. I'm going to show you the damages the tenants cost, and they are not entitled to relocation fees. The roof, the issue. When the roof became an issue, the owner acted reasonably, mitigated the issue until she could get a new roof. But it wasn't before the atmospheric rivers. That's a combination of things. She made the effort. She is not liable under your code. When tenants reported a leak, any type of leak, it's unrefuted. The owner responded. She addressed the issues. She mitigated. She kept the property habitable. The tarp, it's not a good look, we know, but it was mitigation. It kept water out. It worked. The owner was already getting bids for a new roof. The tenants were due to be out January 17th. So giving them 3 months of relocation costs should never have been on the table. The owner was getting bids. She was acting reasonably. The owner's actions regarding the roof did not make it uninhabitable. Now, it's very important to note, after getting the notice to vacate, in November, there was never a mention about the roof. It wasn't until that January 1st date when the owner denied their request to stay longer, all of a sudden, the roof, there's a leak. January, they staged this whole picture that you saw up there, a video. Let's be serious. The moment anyone notices a leak, you're going to call and you're going to tell the landlord, get out here and repair it. If you could bring up on the screen right now, please, attachment 18, slide 38. When you see this, let's get it. The moment, nope, up, that's that. Okay, you can see where a repair was done. The moment it looked like that is when they should have called the landlord. They did not. They were setting her up so that when you saw the other picture, it looks terrible. They did that to retaliate against her. Why didn't they call when it looked like that? All you see is the dark mess where it collapsed. The tenant's failure to notify as soon as possible caused extensively more damage. And they got a photo shot that is appalling. State law mandates a tenant notify the owner. That's state law. They notify the owner so they have a reasonable time to repair. In this case, they did not, and purposefully they did not. They violated state law and your Muni code because tenants concealed the condition. When it arose, when it looked like that, it could have prevented it from getting worse. Tenants caused extensive damages. They should not be rewarded for that. Pictures of a roof, pictures of, something back in whatever, that doesn't prove the roof was leaking at a point in time. It just doesn't. What you see from the street, it doesn't. You have to alert the landlord in order for the repairs to be done. She was in the process of doing that under your code. Now, she cannot be liable for this. She took measures to mitigate. That's what she was doing. The roof was going to be replaced. She had bids. She had talked to several roofers. It was happening. But to allow the tenants to get away with not reporting it when it looked like that, that is retaliation. Now, the other assessments here, mold, hot water, heat, termites. Never was the owner informed. They didn't tell her, she didn't know. And for staff to show you pictures after they gave the abatement, yes, that is not proof that she was in there. When she went in there, all the rooms were closed off. I was in there with her. They had them closed off. They prevented her from seeing this constantly. So it was concealed by the tenants. State law, again, requires tenants to keep premises habitable. They did not. It requires tenants. They must notify the landlord of substandard conditions to allow time to fix. They didn't do that. Understand, they're violating state law as well as your municipal code. They cannot be rewarded for doing that. The landlord was not aware of mold. They concealed it. No matter how it comes about here, your staff even agrees. The way they took down walls and took things apart and stuff added to it. They caused this condition. They should not profit from it. Other evidence, it's unsubstantiated again. Half the pictures they showed you does not say, point in time, the roof should have been replaced. There are 3 layers to that roof. It was patched in different areas at different times. Don't say that, oh, it's past its 37 years or whatever. There were multiple repairs done on the roof. Staff is questioning access that the owner had. It doesn't matter where the owner lives. She can only get into the property by notifying the tenants, and then they kept everything closed off. So there was no reasonable way for her to see anything. And for staff to suggest she calls the police, that proves staff did not review the 9 police reports that were submitted and the pictures of gun ammunition in the house. Under state law and Muni code, the owner is not responsible for these conditions. Hot water. She replaced the hot water heater. You mean to tell me in May 2022 and between January 10th, they never once said, hey, the hot water's not working? The hot water heater worked, and it worked the whole time. What the technicians said when they were legalizing it is someone had turned it down. Now, who had access to the property? Who was in sole control of the property? That is not an issue here because the tenants were the ones in control. They never told the owner that there was an issue with the hot water. The heat, similarly so, never reported an issue with the heat. And when the technician went in there, the pilot lights were out. Again, who was responsible? Who had control of the property? Had they told the owner, it would have been easy enough to go in and check. The fact that they had space heaters only proves they were subdividing. And there were never 10 people on the lease. There were multiple leases. And goodness knows how many people were crawling in and out of the windows. A lack of permitting on the hot water heater doesn't mean it didn't work. The heaters work. They work, and had code enforcement ever contacted the owner, they might have been able to find this out. Termite damage, I'm not sure if they brought that up here, but to think that the window repairman suddenly turns into a termite expert is not appropriate. And the infestations, I'm sorry, I've got Terminex. They can come in from anywhere here. You see, patchwork was done patching up holes here. What the tenants did was pull off all kinds of things. When the electrical work was done, the outside holes you see, the tenants kept pulling the caps off there, putting beer bottles in there. The tenants caused that. The infestations are from the tenants. You see the pictures that were provided. Trash, food, up against the wall, throughout the house. They're the ones who caused the infestations. The owner turned it over without infestations and without pests. Thereafter, it became the responsibility of the tenants. It's in the lease. You cannot ignore that. You keep saying, well, we don't get involved in landlord-tenant stuff. The lease is evidence. It needs to be considered here. There were holes punched in the walls, food left everywhere, piles of trash. They caused the condition. You skipped over a bunch of stuff here, so good, I don't have to address it. Finally, what they didn't mention, which is most appalling here, a potential gas leak? You must be joking here. A potential gas leak, your staff recognized. They took 13 days to put it in a report and never contacted the owner. That is irresponsible. And it's still left in the assessments that we got. They never took it off. There's bad faith here. It should have been removed, and it just shows if there's any liability, it belongs to the tenants and the city staff because they were irresponsible in not. There are children in that building. Shoot first, ask questions later. It's overwhelming, the evidence that we produced. The evidence that was produced by staff is guessing. It's speculation. It is not appropriate here. We have shown you facts. They did not tell the owner. The city's assessment of relocating costs without regard to the tenant's misconduct sends the wrong message. The tenants in San Mateo, the message you're sending is you're under no obligation, if you're going to rent here, to maintain the property. You can act maliciously and you can get rewarded with relocation costs. Is that the message you want to send tonight? They should have never gotten relocation fees, nor should they have gotten it for the full amount because they were on their way out. This is a problem here. You should not be giving them any fees. You should be responding and refunding the appeal amount because it was never addressed. The city doesn't understand their own ordinance. They should have been doing an assessment of liability, and they chose not to because they gave costs on February 2nd. So why did we file an appeal? This is inappropriate that they gave it. Thank you.
Okay, we now have time for individual speakers. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, I have 3 speaker slips up here. I'm the owner. Oh, she should have been part of the appeal.
Oh, okay. Well, as a public speaker, did you do that?
Yeah,
3 minutes.
I'll call you up. Okay. I'll go ahead and call you up right now. Yeah. So, Trina Pierce. Hi, Trina Pierce. Come on up. 3 minutes. I thought you were online.
No. Okay. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Lisa Nash, and to the council members. I'm really just appalled up here what I hear out of city people. They're not being truthful. I understand the tenants telling me stories, but not these people. When they first approached my home, they didn't tell me. I get all this stuff. I talked to Miss Christina, I can't pronounce your last name, but she was very upset when I said I had a lawyer. And she says, I don't talk to lawyers. I said, okay, I guess you're not going to talk to me. But they're saying that I made this big deal. I told them that my house was a 3-bedroom house, not a 4-bedroom house. You're rating me as a 4-bedroom. And then I asked her about the HUD. I said, where is it that there's a HUD thing there? Because I've been on housing. My mom rented her house out under HIP housing. The guy was there for 9 years. She didn't go up on his rent much, and that's why she only rented to seniors. Then I had a girl come in who couldn't afford it, so I let her stay in there too. Then she got on housing, Section 8. Section 8 never had a certain amount. They came in with a voucher. If you as a landlord want to go by that voucher, you're allowed, but they don't go through negotiation. So if you keep telling me there's a HUD thing, but you don't show me what it is, they don't have a specific thing. It goes by the voucher. But these people continue to do this. My daughters continue to tell me to get rid of them, but it's not that easy to get rid of people, and it's because of the way you guys treat landlords. I was very good to these people. And then when you guys said, Section H had just approved that house, and they approved it in December of 2016. She moved out because her family, they found a better house or a big house for all of them. So she moved out at the end of December, January. HUD had approved that house. So you're going to tell me HUD came in that house 2 years in a row and that house looked like that? No. And that little stuff where you guys, I think you were very dishonest. That ceiling looked really good, but you didn't show that picture or talk about that picture. I had that up there. But when you think about it, who can take a film, a video, in that amount of time? And they had the beginning of the video, and they also had children laughing in the background. So they pulled that stuff down because that ceiling was the same color. The contractor had went in there and did it nice. How do you get your camera out that fast to take a picture of a video? It was staged, just like it was staged when they took the walls down on the 12th. And then code enforcement came in on the 13th. And the only reason I know that, because I said, oh, they're moving, there's a truck there. They weren't moving, they were taking down that wall. Why would I put a wall through my mirror? My mom's mirror. I respect my mom, I love my mom, I wouldn't do that. So, and unfortunately, I don't have enough time as a homeowner, but I would just love to say all the stories that they told and just prove them. But, and then feeding chickens, you think you're gonna feed chickens, which they weren't supposed to have, and they hid from me? You think the rats aren't gonna come? Come on, put some chicken food out there and see how many rats you get at your house. They cause those rats to come. Everybody in the neighborhood doesn't have rats.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marco, followed by Kevin Simpson, and then Kiera Aldridge. Is Marco in the house? Okay, looks like Marco left. The next speaker is Kevin Simpson. Looks like Kevin has left. Next speaker is Kiera Aldridge.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor Lisa Nash and council members. I'm Kiera Aldridge, a senior at Crystal Springs Upland School. I'll be reading a letter from Valerie Rivers, a past tenant at 100 North Humboldt Street. Hello, San Mateo City Council members. It is with great concern that I once again must contact you. My last letter lacked understanding on a few areas concerning the placing of the tenants' refrigerators. They were supplied for myself, Mr. Larry, who was there when I moved in, and a couple that moved in after I did. Mr. Larry had been there for 9 years. Mrs. Taylor, Trina's mother, had allowed him to use the kitchen fridge, and I didn't want to inconvenience him. Ms. Pierce put in 2 other refrigerators that were located in the back area near the washroom. As you recall, I stated we also had a washer and dryer. No one was allowed any type of appliances in their sleeping areas. Secondly, Ms. Pierce had nothing to do with the upstairs heating unit being turned off. During an inspection, my worker from Housing Authority decided it would be more prudent to have it disconnected. That was only one of the 3 heating units in the house. The unit directly below my bedroom was more than enough to heat the back area of the house. Then there was another unit in the front of the house. As I stated before, if there had been any type of problems with the house, I would have never been approved to stay there, and housing in San Mateo County is not a pushover. I'm sure you didn't intend to twist my truths. I just felt it was necessary to make things clear and honest. I thank you for your time, and please see my words as I've stated them. Please do not add or take anything away. Valerie Rivers.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Marta Zavalier.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me. I was one of the tenants, and I'm here to, it really hurts me trying to say that we did all this out of maliciousness. We did not. We never intended to even get money out of the city. I actually didn't. I actually asked my grandma when the roof started leaking, when the problem started getting big, and she denied to do anything because how was she gonna get an appraisal if we had not let her know? How? If we had not let her know that the roof was not working? Someone would have told her, right? Because apparently from her house, she wasn't able to see it. And the other stuff, I asked my grandma to do, I had been asking her to do it, and she did not want it to do it. Because she actually did feel grateful for her, for letting us stay in her house. But her house is not the way she's saying it was when we got there. We had to remove furniture from the previous renters and the trash that was around the house. I did have pictures, but the phone that I had in that moment got destroyed, so I don't have that evidence. But that's so respectful. All the trash that was there when we got there, we had to remove. She did pay half of it, half of the price that we had to pay to get the stuff dumped. But I don't think that's fair. I think that everything that was there should have not been there. And the roof was already looking bad. The picture they showed was in 2019. We were there 2017. And the leaking started in 2020. And we let her know. And that's when she started moving to do the appraisal. And after she was denied, she blamed us. And that's why she did not do anything else. She was allowed in the house. And she would come in the house. And she would notice everything. So I feel like she's really lying, and I really do hope you guys do what's actually right, because we did not intend to do this as a malicious way or try to get money at all. We did not even expect it to get money. It was a surprise to us, knowing that we were going to get compensated. And, well, I thank you very much, and I do hope you guys take the right decision. And I understand her side of the story seems really sad, but I have 2 kids that had to live in there. And we had to go through like a lot of health issues because of the asbestos falling from the roof because of the water leaking through. And I guess that's all I have to say. And thank you so much.
Thank you. We have 2 remote speakers with hand raised. Please raise your hands right now if you intend to speak. Thank you. We have 4 speakers, and the last speaker will be Diane Papan. First speaker is Rick Sakuda. Please go ahead, Rick.
Good morning. Thank you for staying up on this. In reading the volumes of documents and the timeline for this matter, it seemed to me that code enforcement came to a conclusion and issued a relocation payment before hearing what the accused had to say and determining if the payment was in fact warranted. It seems that staff glosses over or ignores or conceals facts that would exonerate the appellant, and instead they focus on speculation and hearsay by their own admission that supports the tenant. Trina's attorney, Gina Papan, has made a clear and compelling case for why this conclusion was unwarranted. We cannot have a system where one group of people, in this case those who rent their properties, are found to be guilty without being afforded due process. We talk about the need for affordable housing, yet we unfairly punish those who seek to provide it. Additionally, we have an equity priority community and an equity priority housing provider, yet they are asking this housing provider to pay $12,700 when in fact the tenant appears to have damaged and degraded the property based on the photos that were presented. Add on top of this, the cost to repair the damage that was reportedly caused by the tenant, the ongoing property maintenance, the roof, fees paid to the city, and legal costs. This will make property owners think twice before making their housing available for rent. Trina Pierce should not be responsible for staff that jumped the gun and issued a relocation payment prematurely. I ask that you vote in favor of Trina and restore equity to this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is, and we have one last in-person speaker, Melly. Please come forward.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'm doing this for Trina, I guess stage fright, but I mean, it's so heartbreaking for me not to speak up, and it's really unfair. I'm her neighbor. I witness everything. I witness all her emotion, everything that she goes through and what she comes to express us about. And these tenants are, I haven't met her. That's how inaccurate what I am, because I'm afraid to walk on that street. My son goes to Cemetery High School. One day he was walking home from school, passing this house. These strong people called him, "Hey, homo, dog eater." He came home, was very upset, and this is what my son had to go through, and I have to tell him, don't walk that pathway, walk across the street. So tell me, in my neighborhood where we live, I have to tell my son to do that? This is absurd. This is crazy to me. It's just like that house turned to a whorehouse. Like, it's horrible. If it's that bad, even a dishwasher is it's broken, I would call my landlord. So you live in this home saying you have kids. I'm a single mom, I have kids. I live in an apartment. Anything is broken, I'll call my landlord. So you waited this long to bring this up, and as soon as you know, she finally feels the right time to do it because she felt some type of way, because she felt bad for a lot of things, but she gained nothing from it. The only thing she get blamed for is being a nice person. That's it. And now that they're getting kicked out, they're going against her, not just leave peacefully, we wouldn't be here. You're wasting everybody's time. Just do the right thing, just like you say. Do the right thing, speak the truth. And this is the truth. I live 2 houses away. And this is what I've witnessed. And normally I would not speak up, and I told them I would do it, but I'm so nervous because I get stage fright. But I would do it for Trina, because she's an amazing neighbor. She watches our house when we're away. She texts our trashes out when we're away. We watch each other. We contact each other. We love each other like a commute. But this is too much. So please just do the right thing for Trina. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other in-house speakers. The next remote speaker is Angeline Soldatos. Go ahead, Angelina.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash and City Council. My name is Angelina Soldatos, and I represent the California Apartment Association. CAA did not oppose the adoption of the city's red tag ordinance because we promote safe, quality housing. However, when addressing the ordinance, CAA supports City Council examining whether or not it currently has a process that would determine who in fact is at fault and liable before the city disperses funds for relocation payments. There needs to be extreme caution and scrutiny when potentially distributing thousands of dollars in public funds. Our original concerns are on display tonight with the city's advancement of funds. San Mateo's current ordinance does not have a clear procedure in the determination of who is at fault. To assume that landlords are always liable is bad public policy and is not a reflection of our position when we supported this ordinance. CAA's priority is safe and quality housing, not the creation of unintended consequences. We assisted in the drafting of this ordinance because it affects all properties in San Mateo. The state and county have processes within their red tag ordinances that exempt landlords if the tenants are found to be at fault. Both state and county have a clear procedure. The city of San Mateo needs to review and reassess their own ordinance to ensure city staff has clear procedure and processes when assessing red tag violations to ensure the utmost fairness and accuracy. We acknowledge that the city's red tag ordinance is on this year's council priority list. CAA welcomes this opportunity and will continue to offer our expertise as assistance in the re-examination of processes to ensure that the city of San Mateo has a clear procedure moving forward in the determination of finding who is at fault prior to spending public funds.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jordan Grimes, followed by the last speaker, Diane Papan. I'm sorry if you've raised your hand after this. We've already called the end of the last speaker's remote. Please go ahead, Jordan.
Good evening again, Council. Jordan Grimes. I'm speaking on this item as a member of One San Mateo. We pushed for the red tag relocation assistance ordinance for several years, finally winning adoption of it in 2019. Since then, it has been utilized, sadly, more times than we care to count. This is exactly the situation we envisioned it being used in. It is tragic that we're here, that tenants had to endure living in these conditions, these shameful, unlivable conditions. They were quite literally uninhabitable. And for the slumlord's attorney to claim that mold, a lack of heat, a lack of hot water, a collapsed roof long beyond its usable lifespan, and a rodent infestation are all the fault of the tenants is just truly beyond the pale. There have been claims of bad faith tonight, and they have certainly abounded. That bad faith is on the side of the landlord and their attorney. The face of San Mateo's housing crisis tonight is 10 renters living in a 3-bedroom home with mold, rats, and no heat. This is on all of us. We failed to protect them, and indeed we created this very crisis through our housing policy. The red tag ordinance was a small step to provide redress, and it has succeeded tonight. I urge you to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Diane Papan. Please go ahead, Diane.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Good to be with you. This situation is vastly different from those that we contemplated by the relocation cost code that we adopted in 2019. Here, the tenants were being evicted for damaging this beloved home, and that eviction notice happened prior to the relocation assessment, which clearly establishes the owner's representation that the tenant caused the damages. This is not some landlord who was continuing to collect rent on subpar premises until they got caught. That is the kind of slumlord we were looking to kick with relocation costs in this particular muni code. That's not what happened here. She was ending the tenancy because of the damages the tenants caused. To issue relocation costs prior to speaking with the owner is inexcusable. We don't get involved in landlord-tenant issues is absurd and makes the city uniquely unable to accurately assess relocation costs under the code. To award relocation fees would be to reward bad behavior, and that's not what this code was intended to do. We specifically prohibited relocation fees where the tenants caused the damages, staged the damages, prevented them from being fixed, and there was a natural disaster. All of these exceptions exist, which is why the tenants were being evicted. Moreover, an atmospheric river hitting days before their tenancy was to end does not mean that relocation fees should be awarded. The landlord took reasonable steps to mitigate the roof leak until a permanent fix could take place. Finally, it was most disconcerting to hear the city claim expertise on mold, rats, roofs. It was free to speculate about the landlord's access to the property, ignore food and living in squalor, and holes in the ceiling, and ignoring an interim roof fix, and then speculating it took too long, and then doing a drive-by to establish the owner's liability without speaking to the owner. Was it all just to justify retroactively this assessment that took place without speaking to the landlord to determine liability as mandated by the code? We framed that code to avoid such abuses, and to ignore the exceptions and reward the tenants like this is not the code that we voted on. I respectfully request that this appeal be granted. These are not the grounds under which relocation fees should be assessed per the code that we adopted. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. We have no other speakers.
All right, then we are back to the appellant rebuttal.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a long night. And I'd like to thank the former mayor, Diane Papan, for calling in, because she was here through the process. Your red tag ordinance was established for specific reasons. And staff, I don't think, understood those reasons. Because, as was pointed out, there was no communication with the owner. There was, and even to bring up now whether the remediation after the fact, that's totally irrelevant. You're here to determine what happened when the tenants were there, not what's happening after the fact. That is not relevant here. That kind of shows the confusion with what's going on. Your concern was the roof. The tenant didn't report this until after. Till she said, no, you can't stay. Now note, every single time there was an issue, the owner responded. She mitigated. That was what she was doing. You cannot second guess that. This is what she was doing. She anticipated getting the roof replaced. She was talking to 3 different roofers. It takes time. And particularly when you're coming out of atmospheric rivers. Now, between October and January, again, never once mentioned the roof. So you cannot say the mitigation wasn't working. When it wasn't working, she responded instantly. Note the motivation from the tenants. As was pointed out, this is the only time you've had a project here or a case where there was already a notice to evict because of the tenants' bad acts. That has to be part of your process here. Please take into account the facts as presented, not the facts as speculated, not the facts as, oh, she should have inspected. There's no law that requires an owner to inspect. And we clearly stated she went on the property. When she notified the tenants, she was there. And when she was there, they closed off the rest of the property. They intimidated her, and for good reason, as you've heard from the neighbor. So please, the mold, the roof, these things could have been resolved had she or the tenants notified the owner. Did not. They did not notify the owner. She was unaware of it. She cannot be held responsible for that. That is key here. Your code says that. And to speculate whether not notifying her was an issue, it was an issue. It was. It meets your exceptions to the red tag rule. It's very important as you move forward here, the message you are going to send. Are you going to send the message that you tenants are not obligated in any way, shape, or form to maintain a property? They can destroy it, but they're still going to get relocation fees. That is not the message you want to send. Please grant this appeal, refund her $519 for dragging this out, the appeal, the amended appeal, everything. There has to be a process. The process was not clearly established here, but the code was, and your staff ignored the code. Thank you.
And now we have time for a tenant rebuttal.
No, there was no tenant presentation. Okay. And for those raising their hands on Zoom now, we had closed the public comment portion.
All right, so now we bring it back to council. All right, for discussion. Councilmember Hedges.
I think what I'm hearing is, and please chime in if I'm not correct on this, that on November 22nd, the landlord gave notice of eviction to the tenants. 39 days later, they asked if they could stay longer. Is that correct?
I believe the eviction notice date was November 17th, and I don't know how many days later the tenants asked if they could stay
Well,
longer.
I think I heard here tonight that it was January the 1st that they asked if they could
I don't,
stay
but I don't know
longer.
if it was 39 days, but yes, they did ask. If
Well,
they
I
could
was
stay
off by
longer.
saying November 22nd, so it would be more. It'd be closer to
Maybe,
the period.
But I guess I'm saying I didn't count the days.
So
But
they-
they
they-
did ask if they could stay longer.
Okay, so it must have, for some reason, they felt that it was better to stay there than to move, and then they contacted us.
They couldn't, they were unable, they asked for more time, and if you look at the messages, they said that they were having trouble finding a place to stay. And they did then contact us, but I would also just, for the record, state that we do get complaints from folks who have received eviction notices. It's not uncommon. In fact, it's pretty common. We're often unable to substantiate them. It just so happens that in this case, there were violations at the residence.
Well, moving on from this, the thing that really concerns me is that before the landlord is talked to, we've decided to write a check. So we really don't have the other side.
So just to clarify for the record, we wrote the check after we continued the investigation and after we did hear from the landlord. So initially, we issued the notice after conducting the investigation and talking to the tenants. And then we heard from the landlord. We talked to the landlord, had several conversations with the landlord. We received documentation from the landlord, quite a thick packet of documentation from the landlord, which we reviewed, and we re-inspected the site before we provided an amended notice, and then we issued the check. And so we did conduct further investigation and reviewed the documentation from the landlord before we issued the check and made the final determination.
But you made a decision to issue before you spoke with her, right?
We revisited that decision. We conducted further investigation before we made the decision, before we finalized the decision and issued the check. So we went back and we revisited it when we were contacted by the landlord.
So the answer would be yes, we did give her the notice before we talked to her about the situation, and then later went back and revisited.
Yes.
Okay. That's all for now, but I'll have more later, I think.
Okay. Councilmember Newsom, do you have any comments?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Councilmember Lorraine?
I want to thank everybody who's still here with us, everybody who came in and gave comments, and staff for their presentation. This is a difficult one. I want to start by mentioning that I did speak separately with Gina Papan a little bit this weekend, just in full disclosure. This is a terrible situation, obviously, for all involved. The tenants were not in a good, healthy living situation during the atmospheric rivers. And the property owner has incurred a lot of damage to her family home. I've heard a lot about damage that the tenants have caused to this property. And I think I am inclined to agree that indeed these were not model tenants. And I appreciate staff presentation clarifying some of what we're discussing tonight and what I feel we need to focus on related to the ordinance. because if it were a situation in which we needed all of the 10 life-threatening issues to be the responsibility of the property owner, for example, I don't think that was demonstrated. And indeed, the presentation began by acknowledging that the tenants may have played a role in many of these. But at the end of the day, I agree with staff that the most critical issue here is that there's a hole in the roof with a tarp on it during the rainy season. And there were roof leaks reported in October, and a tarp was put on, and then we had an awful lot of rain. And I don't feel that was appropriate. Nobody should have to deal with that. And I think that someone with a hole in her roof should expect the possibility of mold arising from rain during the rainy season, and that holes in the ceilings could get worse. And I happen to be familiar with the possibility of rats entering a hole in a roof. And that is a terrible situation that tenants are not at fault for and don't deserve to endure. So I think while we have an awful lot of other stuff going on in this report and what was found, I am going to focus on that. And based on my understanding through the presentation, feel that I need to deny the appeal as a result. Those are my comments at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you. Can I ask a question of maybe Prasanna? There seems to be a lot of layers to this onion. What is our course of action? It's either deny the appeal or not deny the appeal, or is there a middle ground where we say we feel like, you know, we want to come up with a different number? Is that something that's on the table or open to us?
Yeah, so to take a step back, I mean, you have options. I mean, what's before you is a decision whether to uphold the appeal in whole or part, to deny the appeal sort of in whole or part, and you're looking at the different components of the notice to vacate. I will note that staff is correct that any one of those substandard conditions, if you feel staff has met their burden, can be enough to require the full payment of the relocation benefits. But by the same token, under the ordinance, staff and also the city council, can authorize a reduction in the payment of the relocation benefits. But you would need to explain the reasoning for that. You need to explain why. Because your next action here would be to make a motion to bring back a statement of decision to the next council meeting to document in writing what decision the council has made and why, and that will include findings of fact and a determination of the council decision on the appeal. So as you go through this discussion, you have flexibility, but you may hear me ask questions of you to explain, what's your reasoning, why are you making this determination? And I may ask you those questions if necessary, because that's important to help staff formulate a statement of decision, whichever way you decide, for the next council meeting, which would be a statement really on consent for the council to adopt.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. When I look at this situation, I don't really have a problem with the code per se. I think the code is sound. I think the problem of this whole thing comes down to the process through which the city disperses the relocation payment. We don't seem to have clear due process. I'm sorry, I'm reading off my notes. We didn't seem to do due diligence to determine fault. And so for those reasons, I'm concerned because this is not a small amount of money. It's almost $13,000. Without a doubt, the roof was, there was some negligence to the roof. I mean, the roof, you can look at it and think that roof's gonna leak. So, that alone, we should be able to uphold the fact that we relocated and red tagged the building. That said, it seems like the way this was handled was really botched, and I'm sorry to be blunt, but it seems like things were done well out of order. The owner wasn't really brought in until after we'd already decided, and I'm hearing kind of mixed, but it sounds like it wasn't really decided until after we'd already determined we were going to award this $12,736, and for me that's a challenge in and of itself because everything that I see inside the building, a lot of that could be attributed to just being bad actors or bad tenants, but ultimately the roof is still a problem for me. So I don't have an idea where I want to go yet, but I'm thinking that maybe we should be splitting or coming up with some sort of a differential. For example, we paid for their housing costs past what would have been their eviction date. And so maybe that would be something we could look at is paying their housing cost up until their eviction date, but they would have been evicted and out of this house before all this went through. And so, even the moving cost, I mean, they were already going to be moving. They were already evicted. So I really think we as a city need to come back and look at this process and better define like how we determine what we're awarding. That's what I'm struggling with.
So I have a few comments. One, just as to due process. So due process is being afforded, at least in part, to the property owner, through this hearing. I mean, this hearing, the property owner has a right to appeal the staff determination to have it heard before the city council. So that's affording some procedural due process of notice, hearing, opportunity to be heard. As far as the issuing of the payment, I think it's important to just take a step back and understand the ordinance is focused on substandard conditions. So if there are substandard conditions such that code enforcement needs to come in, issue a notice to vacate, then whether that ends up being a temporary displacement or a permanent displacement, the code enforcement staff is authorized by the code to do that. And then if the property owner doesn't pay for the relocation benefits within the time frame set out in the ordinance, staff is authorized under the code to pay those relocation benefits directly to the tenant. And then the issue becomes, as it is in this hearing, whether the city should be reimbursed, and if so, to what amount. So, I think that's the ultimate focus is, whether there were substandard conditions on the property that warranted code enforcement action, and therefore a notice to vacate, and a relocation benefit, a relocation payment, which, by the way, is described and defined in the ordinance, and it does refer to HUD standards, in the code. So hopefully that gives you some guidance.
I appreciate it. It does give me guidance, but it doesn't make me feel better that we have a process in place to do this better the next time and that we're not going to repeat our mistakes.
So if I could, through the Deputy Mayor, I take exception to that this being a mistake on staff's part. As the city attorney mentioned, this is due process. We've had situations where we have red tagged in a place immediately and pulled people out and put them into a hotel. Who's going to pay for that? We are.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go after the landlord, and we're going to have this hearing, which is their due process. But this notion that we have bungled this, I think is inappropriate, quite frankly, right? We're in a situation where we had to relocate people based on the conditions of the house. We issued a relocation payment. We have done that a number of times. Council set aside money when we initially put forward the red tag ordinance, $50,000, to ensure we had money set aside to be able to do this, contemplating scenarios, which most of them are, where we're paying the money up front and getting the money back from the landlord after the due process. So, I think that, we've paid the money. I don't think the process needs fixing. We're always going to look at the process. We have areas of this red tag ordinance that we need to look into that we didn't contemplate. As an example, we have this difference between a temporary relocation and a permanent relocation. Well, sometimes you think a relocation is going to be temporary. Our goal is to keep people in their house. Our goal, or if they're out of their house, to get them back in as quickly as possible, right? To not have people displaced. But we've had situations where what we thought was a temporary displacement turned into a permanent displacement. Our code doesn't contemplate that, and if we pay someone 89 days worth of temporary relocation, and then it turns out we have to permanently displace them, there's nothing in our code that contemplates a payment for that, which is a problem. So our ordinance is not perfect, but in certain situations, in most situations, what we're finding is we are fronting the money, and it is determined at a later date if the landlord is going to pay the money. And again, this is the due process portion of that, which is tonight. So I just don't think that we're in a situation where this is a mistake on the part of staff.
Can I be recognized? I've seldom in fact, I don't think I've ever found myself in disagreement with you before, but I think this was botched. I had a lot of we don't know when I asked some specific questions. So I think that I'm going to make an motion now, and I'm going to make a motion to uphold the appellant.
Do you mean a motion to uphold the appeal?
Yes.
Okay.
Lisa hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah, she knows I was going to do it.
And can I just ask you to describe some more, like the reasoning behind your motion? Because remember, the motion we would ask is for council to make, a motion either to uphold the appeal or to deny the appeal, or some mixture, and to bring back a statement of decision formalizing that for the next council meeting. So I've heard you made a motion to, I think, uphold the appeal, which I would ask, would that be a motion to ask staff to bring back a statement of decision upholding the appeal?
To do what?
Would that be a motion to ask staff to bring back a statement of decision upholding the appeal?
If that's necessary, yes.
That would be necessary. Okay. So then, if that's your motion, can you explain a little bit more, because we have to document this, like your reasoning?
Sure, I can. I think you heard Councilmember Newsom. I think that I think the timing of this is suspect. I think a few days before the eviction was final, they get a hold of the city. I don't think that was considered when the city did their investigation. On several of the questions that I asked, without being specific, there was no real clarity as to when things happened, whether they were before or after. So I just think it's messy, and when something's messy like this and not clear, then you have to uphold the appellant.
Well, I mean, part of this hearing is, a credibility determination, right? It's for looking at the staff presentation, looking at listening to the appellant presentation and evidence. So, as you consider all of these things, just remember that, the eviction process, that's governed by state law. That's separate from this proceeding. What this proceeding is focused on is, were there substandard conditions on the property that for which there is no exception, such as the tenants causing the damage, such as some
Yes,
natural
I believe from the
disaster or other
testimony
event.
tonight that damage was caused by the tenants.
Okay, so are you referring to all of the damages, like throughout, for that staff has described, or some portion of the damages?
I'm referring to all of them except for the roof, and a tarp was put on the roof, and steps were taken to find a roofer. And I know how hard it was during that period of time to find a roofer.
Okay, so the amount of time that it takes to conduct the repair is not really part of the analysis. It's really...
No, the time to get a roofer out. So I think she took steps to rectify it. So I think that makes it null and void.
Perhaps we can hear from other members of the council as you're considering this.
I would vote to support the appeal, whatever the appropriate terminology.
To grant the appeal.
Grant the appeal, because, as you said, the code focuses on whether substandard conditions exist. And if they exist, then the tenant can be relocated and relocation costs. My concern is I'm not convinced as to how those substandard conditions were caused. So in my mind, staff made the presentation that their belief was this was why certain things were caused. I've heard different things from the appellant, and I don't see that staff has not convinced me that the substandard conditions were caused by the owner of the property.
Okay, and that's within the discretion of the council to make that kind of credibility determination, to consider the appellant's case and sort of believing their presentation and believing that their evidence outweighs the evidence that's presented by staff. You can do that. But my question, though, is your determination as to all of the different substandard conditions that staff presented?
I would focus on the 4 conditions, Director Horsberger, that you focused on, or was it 5? Because I think that the other ones, staff said, maybe we also don't know who might have caused this. So the 4, thank you very much. Those 4 conditions that were on slide, whatever that was. Okay, but anyhow, does that make sense?
That makes sense. Does that include the roof then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Through the Deputy Mayor, may I ask a question? Christina, in your judgment as Community Development Director, did you find any evidence to suggest that the tenants created the issues with the roof?
No.
I think that would be useful to consider. Thank you.
I also would just remind you guys, if you have other technical questions about the roof, we do have our building official remotely available, and he has more expertise in roof matters, so he is standing by.
Could we hear from him on the concept that was presented by the appellant that perhaps they pulled down and kind of re-agitated that hole that was showing through the roof?
He can speak to you on tarps, he can speak to you on the layers, he can speak to you on your questions about the roof.
Can I just interject for a moment? Because, at this stage, the code enforcement staff has, made their presentation. The appellant has made their own presentation, has provided rebuttal. So in effect, you're kind of reopening this discussion a little bit so if you do that, then I would allow the appellant an opportunity to speak to that one issue. So I'm not saying you can't.
No, I'm okay with the closing conversation.
So I think right now, please correct me if I'm wrong, you made a motion. And the motion was to uphold the appeal.
I think the motion, in fact, yes, it was to direct staff to bring back a statement of decision granting the appeal at the next council meeting, which wasn't actually seconded yet. It's still, that was the motion.
Okay, then I will second that motion.
I will note, since we have 4 council members here, that a tie vote results in no action. So, if that occurs, you can try again. I would suggest that you try and forge some consensus so that you make a decision tonight, as opposed to continuing the matter.
Agreed.
But it requires 3 votes of the council.
Okay. Well, I think right now, Councilmember Lorraine would vote to deny the appeal. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay.
There's a motion and a second on the floor, so we could go ahead and take a vote and people can determine their own votes.
Sure.
All right. Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
No.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1.
So then staff will bring back a written letter of decision at the following meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, then, I guess we can move on to reports and announcements. Anyone?
So, one thing I've been meaning to bring up is we're building a lot of apartments, and that doesn't create any generational wealth. And I would like to see, if there's anybody listening that builds buildings, that we start bringing some condominium development back again, so that our young people can start building some equity, so that later on, if they want to move into a home or raise a family, they have a basis for down payment. So I think that's it for right now.
Okay. Councilmember Lorraine, do you have nothing? Councilmember Newsom, do you have anything? Okay, then a couple things. I just wanted to share that I attended the HIP housing lunch to focus on encouraging affordable housing throughout the county, and also that, let's see, there was, oops, let me find another thing. Anyhow, I don't have the exact words for it, but our city manager made us aware today that staff is going to be implementing the reduction of the speed limit around school districts. And that will be that's starting now and will be going through July. So that's very, very good news. So that's all I've got tonight. So without anything else, I will call this meeting adjourned.